Okay, good. Call this meeting to order of the November 2nd Joint Personnel and Finance Committee. We'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda. Alder Stoyer wants to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Not on the agenda, but we can deviate. So, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good suggestion, Alder. You going to lead prayer, Mark? You going to lead prayer now? No. We'll save that for the full meeting. So, all right, we'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Galvin, a second by Burnett. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item D, approval of minutes of the October 24th, 2023 meeting.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Hutchison, second by Galvin. These are the Finance Committee meeting minutes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 2, approval of the Personnel Committee meeting minutes from October 24th, 2023.
So moved. Second.
Hutchison, Galvin, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? Motion carries. Item E, regular business, number 1, consideration with possible action on the request for 2024 new positions and reclassifications. Recommendation to discuss during the individual department's 2024 budget approval. Director Ellenbecker, if we're taking these up with individual budget approval, does this need to be an action item?
And at the end, I don't know if we receive and place on file?
All right, we'll entertain a motion to hold this till the end of the agenda. All right, Alder Burnett would like to speak.
I do not, actually.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll entertain that motion to hold to the end of the agenda.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Hutchison, second by Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 2, consideration with possible action to amend the compensation for the Common Council, Municipal Judge, and Mayor positions. Is there any discussion on this item? Make your motions.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion by Galvin, a second by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Joe, Chief Fultz.
The only thing I'd like to add to that is we didn't have a recommendation for the mayor's position. I did get some information from Carlson Detman that it's somewhere in here I can provide. So I don't know if we want to, the mayor's position, you don't have to make a decision this year on because it just has to be made before the term. But I think the hope was to change the compensation for all the elected officials at the same time. So I don't know if you want me to provide the information I received.
I'm not speaking for the whole committee, but I'm a little uncomfortable acting on that with information we're just being presented now.
Yep.
And I do think that deserves a thoughtful deliberation. And since it doesn't have time sensitivity to it, obviously for those who might be new, we just have to make that decision before the election cycle for any particular position. So, meaning that we can't vote to give ourselves raises. It's a decision that's for the next elected body. So, so recognizing that, like, I think we can do, obviously, the others that are in here, but I think we should wait, at least on the mayors. I appreciate your point about doing them together. I just don't know that that's gonna work.
So what I can do, I can just include this in the packet for next Thursday, and if it's the same decision next Thursday, you can decide what to do. And obviously, others can speak to it, but, so I'll include the information for next week if the committee wants me to do that.
Yeah, I'd rather still see it on a standing personnel
Okay.
agenda. Again, that's my perspective.
If I could,
Yeah.
this is something that I brought up before. I think we really need to seriously look at the mayor's salary and his compensation. And I don't want to wait till just before the next election. I think this is something we should get done now. If not tonight, next Thursday. I think if we got that information before then, we'd have plenty of time to discuss it and make a decision there if we want to move forward or not.
I'm good either way.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm merely suggesting, Bill, that it's not going to impact this budget. So.
Correct.
My only reason for suggesting it is something that deserves some time and attention, and will likely have questions and follow-up as it should. I just don't know that I feel compelled to force it through right now, since it's not impacted by this item.
But do you want to wait till 2027?
No, I'm suggesting it comes to personnel immediately after we've
Okay, I'm
settled
sorry, I
the budget.
misunderstood.
Yes.
All right.
So I'll make that motion that we, I gotta look at this. How is this worded? Yeah, that we, well, we have a motion on the floor right now, but, I would suggest, that, I'll make a motion to amend to hold the mayor discussion until after the budget is complete.
I'll second that.
All right, so that is a motion to amend. There's a second by Galvin. Any discussion on that item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Then we go back to the original motion, which, as amended, would be for action on the common council municipal judge. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 3, consideration of possible action on the implementation of the updated city pay plan as recommended by Carlson Detman Market Analysis, referred to staff from the October 24th, 2023 Personnel Committee meeting. Any discussion? Alder Burnett.
Yeah, I have more of a comment and then perhaps a request, but the folks who are likely gathered here are wanting to speak, and at the last our Personnel Committee meeting, we recommended that they attend the meeting, so I think we'd be remiss if we did not open the floor to hear from those interested in speaking.
Yeah, and certainly we'll do that. The one thing, though, Chief Faulds, I just want to seek some clarity on so that everybody understands. There's we talked about this as it relates to personnel adjustments. There are two separate issues. There's the study, so it's basically right sizing to get us into more market alignment, and that's what this item is. And then there's the COLA discussion, but obviously they're both resulting in increases. So I'm happy to blend public comment and discussion into this one item, but just want to make sure that at least the alders here that are present understand that there is a separation of those two items, and that the COLA discussion would likely come further down with the other budget items. Would that be accurate? Or were you intending for the COLA to be taken up with this item as well?
I think I was intending it to be included, but I think ultimately it'll be approved in the budget, so I think they could be handled at the same time, or.
Yeah, and I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So we'll take them up at the same time. Good. All right, we'll entertain a motion to open the floor to hear from interested
Open the
parties.
floor.
Second.
Brunette, Galvin, any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. If there's any member of the public here who wishes to speak to this item, so this is related to the compensation plan for next year, feel free to just approach the microphone, state your name and your address for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak. Mark, it looks like you're gonna be first again, man. Someone's gotta be the trailblazer. Yeah, break the ice.
Mark Berglund, 806 North Broadway. This market analysis has some really good points in it, most notably bumping up the starting wage up. That's greatly needed. We've had some great and productive conversations regarding said analysis. We finally feel like our concerns are being heard and our suggestions and solutions are being considered, as evident in the alternative 4 proposals, 1, 1A, 2, and 3. This market analysis was originally started just to compare wages between ours and competitive municipalities, not to reclassify positions. Now, between the Carlson Detman study and the department requests, there are 38 total reclassifications recommended. 9 of those are new positions, 14 of those are due to wage compression. It has been stated numerous times that the intention was never to reclassify positions just to give those positions a raise. Is that not exactly what this wage compression reclassification is doing? speaking to the 4 alternative proposals, there's a lot of good things in them as well. Increasing the performance range up to 2%. That does a lot for the long-term employees. You don't want all that experience walking out the door over some money. However, I believe the people in the performance range have probably worked for the city more than 6 years since before the 2017 study. And those people have to wait for their performance review till December. So the end number percentage increase for the year isn't fully realized till the last month of the year. Also in the proposed increase of COLA to 3% in one of the proposals is also welcome news. Along with the proposal to move the COLA up to the second pay period. Those 2 proposals get more money sooner into the workers' pockets, which is badly needed because we feel like we've been neglected for a few years. I have one question, and I don't know if I can ask questions or if I can get an answer to a question, but one question I have is, how much in dollars is 1% of our payroll? You know, in effect, you know, the difference between a 2% COLA and a 3% COLA. You know, what kind of dollar does that amount to? And I can tell you that a 3% COLA would be a huge morale boost for all of us. It's desperately needed. And as far as the alternative proposals, there's good things in all of them. If they would go with proposal 3, that would be great. The other 2 proposals also have some good things. I don't think that proposal 1 goes far enough. You know, if they could do something like proposal 1A with a 3% COLA, I think that'd make a lot of people happy. You know, there's a lot of different ways you can look at this. I don't know that you have to go with any one of these additional proposals as written, or if you can modify that. I guess that's certainly up to the council. So, in closing, I would say to the alders of this committee and the full council, I know you've got a lot of work and hard decisions to make in a short amount of time to formulate this budget. Please do the right thing. Take care of the hardworking, loyal, and dedicated city employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Alder Steuer? Do you have a question
Yeah.
for Mark? Yeah.
Actually, he had a question for us, so we'll wait till we're done.
Yeah, I can answer that question. 1% is $200,000. And that would be assuming the April 1st enforcement date. So, okay. Yep, so if you went from 2% to 3%, that difference is $200,000. And again, that's assuming an April 1st start date for that raise. Okay, any other comments from the public? Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Reproach, thank you. So, if you would move that COLA from 2% to 3% in April 1st, it's an additional $200,000.
I'm sorry, can you state that question again?
If you know, my question was, what exactly is 1% of our payroll? And you said it's approximately $200,000.
If we did a 3% instead of a 2% effective April 1st, that would be a difference of $200,000.
Okay, and then moving that up to the second pay period, obviously is gonna be,
That's another calculation that I don't think we have broken out because it's combined with other items.
probably would be in the range of maybe, another another $50,000 maybe?
I don't have the answer to that, but when we deliberate, we can ask that question of
Okay,
staff.
okay. Yeah, I'm not the numbers guy, he's sitting over there.
Yeah,
But, you know, and I just think, you know, I know that there's that increased revenue sharing, you know, it's $3 million, that's a lot of money, I'm sure everybody's got a place that they want that money to go, you know. I think that, you know, you should invest in the people that make this city run. You know, there's always things that we have to do, there's always projects to do, there's things we need to upgrade, I get that all over the place, but, it seems like the employees have kind of been shortchanged a little, and for the last few years, and that's why we're doing the market analysis, and I guess that proves that. So I think when you've got this increased revenue sharing, now's the time to do it. You've got a little extra money, figure out what you can do, you know, try to make it right by us, you know, because, we all choose to work here, we all wanna work here. But at some point in time, if we can't financially afford to work here anymore, we need to go somewhere else. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Yep. And again, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Brennan Wolfel, E309, County Road N, Luxembourg, Wisconsin. I'm a mechanic at the West Side shop, and I guess I just want to come up here and bring light to how far behind we are. And if no one has walked through lately, as to where we're at for November, it's kind of alarming. I mean, we were in this morning at 5 o'clock working on wings, try to get on trucks this weekend after a snowstorm, because there was one wing that was accomplished as of a week ago. I mean, there's leaf equipment that just gets pushed to the back burner because we got no one to do it. There's tool cats that, I think one's sitting on the side of the road right now, because nowhere, being 3 mechanics short, I think should be a lot more opening, and I think I'd be lying if there wasn't every one of us in the shop that didn't have either an account on Indeed or openly looking for a job, because it's kind of just keeps falling farther and farther down the line for, you know, putting on our shoulders as to, okay, well, who's gonna fall down and who's gonna pick up the pieces when it is falling apart. You know, it seems like we are the last ones to call to go fix it or save the day or do whatever, and if you look at our pay compared to the rest of the industry for mechanic wise, I don't think it's even close, so that's all I wanted to bring light to. Thank you.
Paul Melezova, N3592, Cudlitz Road, Luxembourg, Wisconsin. Mine is more of a opportunity for anybody in the room. You've listened to us. We've had great conversations. You've been able to ask some questions, you know, specifically. Is there anything, I guess, that you have that, is there some misunderstandings, or do you want to hear from the people who are actually in the trenches doing the work and where the, you know, the real concerns are? So I guess, give you an opportunity to ask any questions that maybe there's some misunderstandings about, or, you know, lack of information about.
Sure. Alder Steuer?
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I gotta remember to operate this thing. You're in the wrong chair, too.
I am.
All right, hang on.
I can move.
No, you're good,
Oh,
you're
okay.
good.
Thank you. Paul, thanks for coming in, and I did talk to you last night, and I appreciate all the effort that you and Mark and others have looked into this, and we as alders have looked at this very hard as well. So we want something that's equitable and fair for everybody, you know, for the employees as well as the administration and that. So there has been talk about the number of folks that you're short, you know, of retirements coming into play. I understand it takes 100 hours to train a driver. Most take that long, some take up to 150 hours, and that's about a year of salary, you know, just for the training of somebody. And I think part of the issue is that you have folks that come in for maybe 1, 2, 3 years, maybe a little bit more, and then they leave. So there's institutional knowledge that is gone, and that's hard to put a price on. So those are other factors. We're looking at black and white issues, but there's a lot of gray area, and that's difficult sometimes to come to deal with. I guess what I wanted to ask, with your understanding of, let's say, like the garage, you're looking at salary increase and a few different things, but part of the issue is that there aren't quite enough people to fill the position. So, you end up working long hours, there's overtime, there's strain and stress and all that, and you can't predict the weather, and all that kind of stuff. You were talking about leaf pickup, how it's not as consistent as it could be. And a lot of our citizens really want to know, hey, when's that coming around? When are you guys picking it up? but there's reasons why that doesn't happen. So I don't know if you can just answer to that, what do we tell our constituents, and that's one thing. Go
Well,
ahead.
that's gonna be the ultimate question that, a lot of you are gonna have to deal with. Currently, we're 6 employees short in the streets department, 3 mechanics short. That's a 10% employee loss or absence in the street department, 25% in the mechanics department. This is not a situation that looks better in the near future. There's nobody applying, there's nobody who's interviewing, there's nobody on the hook. We're anticipating a minimum of another 3 retirements within the next probably 2 to 3 months. Every day we have 1 employee training a new employee to get a CDL. You're talking 15 employees who are either, tied to some other job or are absent. So obviously, services are gonna start to suffer. And will we get the jobs done? Yeah, we're surviving. I wouldn't say that things are going okay. We're getting by, but the situation does not look better. It does not look like things are going to improve status quo. And I don't know with the new implementation if that's enough. A starting wage of 24, plus dollars an hour, while better than the 21 plus dollars an hour or $22 an hour right now, is certainly a step in the right direction. I think there's gotta be a leap at some point, because this is a hole that's been in the works for the past 10 to 12 years, and it's not one that you're gonna get out of in 1 year. We're also very sensitive to the fact that you have to work within the parameters of the city budget, so there are constraints. But we're not just competing against other municipalities, we're competing against other private sector jobs that are starting at $30, $35 an hour. People aren't even looking to apply here at $22, $23, $24 an hour, and certainly with a mechanic at $26 or $27 an hour. So that's the challenge that you guys face, and it's a struggle that we're gonna have to, solve on a day-to-day basis as to how to get by with a limited workforce.
Well, thank you for that. With the Carlson-Detman report or study, a lot of emphasis has been placed on recruitment over retention, maybe. What's your take on that? Do you feel that maybe, there's a lot of folks that have been here for a while that might feel a little put down because they're not, they've been there a long time, and yet they still don't feel as appreciated. So I'm just wondering what your take is on the recruitment end of things versus the retaining of employees.
So, again, I don't know that adding an extra $2 to the starting wage is enough. It's a step, obviously, in the right direction. I don't know if it's a big enough step, but I did hear from a handful of employees who are in that retirement age who said, if this doesn't improve, I can just walk. So that's a huge concern, because they're not only a body, they're the people who, have the most knowledge that gets passed on. So it would be a huge loss. And obviously, we're gonna see some of those, and I've heard from one who's retiring in January, he said, I kept waiting for things to get better, and they just haven't. He said, it's just time for me to go. I guess I'm curious as to how many feel that way who haven't approached us and said, if things don't get better, it's better to just go.
Okay, if push comes to shove, this will be my last question here. Which number do you like of the proposals? The 1, 2, 1A, 2, 2?
Well, I think
If you had to be held to the fire.
yeah, if you look at the proposals, obviously, the more money you invest, the better the proposal. But the third proposal, all of them satisfy the employee who's been here, who has the more, tenure. Giving that 2%. Giving the 2% in the performance range and adding a little bit more to the COLA certainly helps your longer tenured employees. The new employees, comparatively speaking to what, they were hired at, so somebody who's been here 1 year, they're gonna see a fairly significant raise, which is beneficial. Again, I don't know that if I go from $22 to $24 or $23.50, it looks good, but any of those additional proposals are beneficial to the initial implementation plan. I guess that's, so when we talked last, the $1 million question was, the finance committee has to figure out how much money is available, even, to think about it. And Joe and I have talked on multiple occasions, and I think Joe kind of got to a point of reality where if we went straight, 5% COLA, I think we talked, about, $2.5 to $3 million to implement, which is not a realistic number. We understand that, we appreciate that. Obviously, the easy solution would be add $5 an hour to everybody's salary. But again, the reality of that, just not there. So I guess it depends on what the finance committee has come up with as, as far as available monies, but certainly option 3 would be the most beneficial.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else that wishes to speak?
My name is Brian Landis, 921 Marvell Lane in Neshwabanon. I'm currently the shop foreman over on the West Side Garage. Oversee our mechanics on the west side and both on the east side. And I just wanted to bring some light to what I deal with on a daily basis with being short 3 mechanics. Since I started in 2018, we've gone through between 5 and 7 mechanics have left the city and went to different jobs, and I believe 2 of them are retirees out of that. On a daily basis, I have to sit and balance between what we're working on, working with my boss, Nathan, and trying to figure out what we need to get on the road and what's priority to get on the road, and get ready for the season. Especially being shorthanded, it makes it even more difficult. As of right now, like Brennan had said earlier, we are working on wings to get those ready because we're behind in all of our plow equipment, the leaf equipment, trying to keep our frontline garbage equipment on the road. Right now, we got every wing that we have for the trucks in the shop right now. I have 4 mechanics currently, including myself, working on all of the wings to try and get those ready so we can be ready for we're lucky that we didn't have the snow push farther north this last go around because we could have put the stuff on, but we want to go through it and make sure it's right and good to go to get it out on the road so it's safe and stuff like that. But as of right now, we have to push back certain things because the age of the equipment isn't getting any newer. Our garbage trucks we should be keeping those anywhere from 5 to 7 years at most. And we've got trucks that are 10 to 15 years old that are frontline garbage trucks. And that takes away time to be putting onto this, to our focus on our snowplow equipment, stuff like that. So between the garbage trucks and our snowplow equipment, our leaf equipment has basically gotten neglected because we just do the pure basics that we can to make sure it's functional to get it out on the road to collect leaves. And again, like you said, you're gonna be getting questions on when is this gonna get picked up and when is that? And we're trying to keep up as best we can with the breakdowns that are coming in to just get them to get them out on the road so we can still focus on the main primary stuff, the frontline garbage trucks and the snowplow equipment, because you have to have those two pieces of the puzzle, because that has to get done in the city no matter what. We have to have all that stuff up and running, and it's a true balance to try and keep with being short as many as we are right now. It's a hard balance to try and keep that. What do we work on and what don't we work on type thing, and I want to work on all of it and keep it all up and running, but we have to push some stuff off to the back burner just so we can get the other stuff up and running, and it's getting more and more difficult. If we've got guys that are looking and we can't draw in any more technicians into the city, it's just gonna keep going downhill from there. And as it is right now, we've been working overtime since the beginning of October. We've been working 5/10s, all the mechanics have, just to try and keep up with what we are, and we're barely keeping our heads below water. We're not even at the level with it right now. And as it is today, we wanted to flex our time so we could be here at this meeting, so we came in at 5 AM just so we could keep working on this stuff and not be short. So, I guess that's all I got to say about that.
Okay, questions from Alder Burnett?
Sir, thank you for being here and for providing these comments, and that goes for everyone. I know it can be uncomfortable presenting real issues to your city government in front of people who basically are your employers. So, one question. So when you look at your current situation that you're facing, and thank you again for sharing that, would a solution be, in your opinion, hire more people to do the work that you're doing, or to pay the current employees more so that they don't leave for other employers?
I think that's what's gonna happen is, it's currently both, because right now, you're trying to bring in a mechanic at I forget the numbers, $26, $28 an hour, and right now in the industry, that isn't, they're bringing in, you're looking through the industry right now, they're bringing them in anywhere from, 30 on up is your starting pay. I know some people that are in the industry, and I've talked around with some of them, and they've been in the industry for 4 or 5 years, and they're $35 plus at 4 or 5 years in there. And I have a lot of guys that in our shop who are well-rounded to work on what we work on in this shop. It isn't we just work on a truck. Our guys are to work on a truck. They're working on garbage trucks. They're working on plows. They're working on spreaders. They're working on leaf suckers. They're working on vac trucks and tractors. I mean, a vast amount of things. So that it isn't. You can't just compare it to working on trucks or working on small engines. We work on almost everything, and we are to be called in with the streets being shorthanded as it is too, especially for snow plows. The mechanics, we usually have to take most of the mechanics out of the shop, and we have to go open equipment also. And we are in at the same time most of the truck drivers are in, because we need to have mechanics in there in case they have breakdowns. So we are in also at the late every hour of the night if we have to be. And then as to answer your question, yes, there needs to be an increase in pay for the mechanics are there, so we have retention, and there needs to be an increase for the pay coming in to get more people, to draw more mechanics in. Because right now, it's a struggle for the mechanics industry out and about right now. They're looking for mechanics, and there's a lot more places paying better wages than what we're making right now. But that's what I'm seeing, that's just what I'm seeing right now.
Let me ask you this, what type of education or training is required or necessary for someone to come into that department in those positions?
I'm not sure I haven't looked at our job description lately to know what the requirements are. But I can tell you right now, the mechanics that we have, most of us all have 2 or 4 year degrees in heavy equipment, mechanical backgrounds. All of us have that, and I would say that all of us have at least 5 to 30 plus years experience in the industry in equipment repairing.
So it's a highly,
And it isn't something that you can bring in someone off the street and just train them overnight to be a mechanic. It's something, you have to be mechanically inclined. It isn't it's hard to, you have to be mechanically inclined to come into it as it is.
I was leading you in the questioning to basically get you to say that they're highly skilled positions.
Yes, it is a very high skilled position.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Alder Galvin?
Thank you. I appreciate the information you're giving us. It's very helpful. You were asked, could you use more people? Now, you didn't really answer that. Could you use more people or just get yourself up to what you're slotted to have? You know, you're down 25%. If you had that 25%.
If we had the extra 3 people that we need, or that we.
Sure.
That we're open right now, we have 3 openings
Right.
right now. To get us back up to that, I mean, yes, it's gonna help us tremendously to get us to that.
But with the aging equipment and things like that, you would
Well-
still be having to, I mean, would you still be saying, yeah, there'd be some days of overtime, but not like it's
Not-
been the whole month of October?
Not, exactly, not like the whole month of October, exactly.
Okay, and
I mean, but with the aging equipment, that is another thing, you get so far behind, I have spreadsheets and stuff, my computer's loaded with spreadsheets of all the equipment that we have that's down or has issues with it, and you have to juggle that stuff, and is this a priority, is that a priority? And having enough guys to work on that stuff, and having 3 more guys would be huge to get more of that stuff out the door. We're always gonna have, with the equipment we have, with the aging equipment, we're always gonna have a lot of work,
A lot of work, a lot of backlog.
yes.
Okay, if, you've been doing this job for how long?
I've been here with the city for 5 years,
As a foreman?
as a foreman for 3, 4 of it.
Is that normal for a foreman to, I mean, for a person to become a foreman after just 2 or 3 years?
No, not, especially here, from what I've heard and what I've seen at the city, no, it is not. I was fortunate, the way I fell into positions, we actually had people leave. I started out on the night shift when I first started here. Within, I believe it was a year and a half, our night shift foreman, left the city for another job. And I applied for that position, being a foreman at my last position, or at my last job. Got into that position, and then within I believe it was within a year, the day shift foreman position, became available. I did apply for that, and was able to get into that position, so that is unheard of. I know in the past, you've heard Mark say it was almost impossible to get jobs like that, or get on the day shift
Yeah.
as a mechanic coming in. In the past, years past, getting on a day shift was,
Right.
I plan on working, when I come into the city, you plan on working on night shift, you were hired as night shift mechanic, you're gonna be working on night shift mechanic for
Years.
20 years probably, so, yes, it's uncommon for the way it happened.
If we had if we were told by the weather that we're gonna have a major snowfall coming up, how many days would it take with your crew right now? How many days would it take working 8 hours days to have every truck ready to go?
As you can tell, to be honest with you, we would have them ready to the best of our ability. Would they be 100%? No.
And that's what I'm asking, because, this is not only safety, which should be
Yeah,
foremost and first.
The safety issues would be taken care of first and foremost, and that always is a priority, anything that is a safety issue. Because I get daily slips that come across, from the supervisors that are, daily checklists that the drivers do on each vehicle. And they will send me the copy of what is wrong with the vehicle, and I input that into a spreadsheet that's on my computer. And then I will go through, and if it's something that's like someone says their FM radio doesn't work, that isn't gonna be a priority. But say they got taillights out, say they got brake issues, they got air leaks, stuff like that, we take and get that in as a priority, and then what happens then, if you get a majority, if more and more of this stuff comes in, that just I have to take those mechanics off from the plows, the wings, what have you, and have to put them onto something like that comes in, and then we get major stuff that comes in with major hydraulic leaks and stuff, I've gotta take more of them off, so then other things, it gets shifted around, it's a big
Sure, it's
juggling
triage.
act
It's
is what it is to
triage.
try and.
You have to
so,
triage it.
Yep.
But how long would it take you to get the trucks, all the trucks ready to go? Where you would be confident they'd be ready to go? How many days? I'm not gonna hold you to it, give me a ballpark.
I would say probably 2 months.
For a snow plowing?
Well, yes, to get them 100%. I would say we are backlogged right now, but to get them up and running, we would be ready for a snowplow. We would be able to, without going through them 100%, but making sure they're safe. We could get them out on the road, say there was a snowfall that happened in the next couple days, we could get them out on the road. We wouldn't want to, that's without going through them and without looking, or without going through them 100%,
Sure.
making sure that they're not gonna have breakdowns and
They're
stuff
hooked
like
up,
that.
they're ready to go,
They're hooked
that's-
up and ready to go, yes.
see what
Not-
happens.
Not to throw everyone off and say that it's gonna take the 2 months that you heard,
Sure.
yes. To make them To my
100% sound.
satisfaction,
Sure.
to make them sound, yes, that long, but
Okay.
not the scary one, but if it's
Right.
if we have a snow event coming, we will work and we will get them on, they will be up and running.
All right. Looking at your compensation package, other than wages, how does the city compare with pension, insurance, to the private sector, to the public sector?
From the public sector and private sector stuff, that's the reason I came in to here, because of the pension is a huge draw. The insurance was better than what I came from, so I can't speak to that so much
Sure.
with some of the other people, but that was a huge draw for me that brought me into here, the pension and the health insurance. That was a big draw for me.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Alder Stoyer.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, thanks for your testimony. I was wondering, or do you have a feeling on the number of students that may be going into the trades? Because you gotta keep your eye on the pulse, TC, they have mechanics, they got all sorts of things going on over there. And do you have, for such a long time, people were, going to college and
Pushing the trades.
not pushing the trades as much. Now you hear that, the trades are, I've understood that there's only one job out of college that you can make more than trades coming out, and that'd be engineering. Everything else, you can start off, you can do pretty well in the trades. So, with that being said, do you have any sense or feel for the conduit of folks that are getting into this field in the area?
I'm not 100%. I haven't dealt with that too much, or haven't seen that too much. Nathan, my boss, he's been at the colleges and been starting to look into that, about possibly bringing in internships and stuff like that, if that's a possibility. Bringing in some of these younger kids into trying to draw them into, and make Green Bay a place to come and work for, getting them right out of college and with that. That's what he's looking into and been trying to do.
Right. Well, I realize you're busy and you're not gonna understand every nuance of that, but, that's one of the things out there, are folks going into the trades or not?
Yeah,
So, anyway, I appreciate that, thank you.
no problem.
Alder Eck.
Hi, Brian, thanks for coming in. I'm
No
over here.
problem.
A couple questions. Do you know approximately how long you've been 6 short on the street department and 3 short on the mechanics?
I'll answer the street side of it. Myself, the
Okay.
Mechanic side of it, we've been 3 since June.
You first?
Yeah.
So for the streets, it's been a gradual, I guess, loss to 6. We had just 2 retired recently within the last 2 weeks. I've been here for 3 years. There was probably, in the 3-year period, maybe a 3-month period where we were fully staffed. We've always been a minimum of 2 behind. 6 is probably the max. But when I started, there were people still interviewing and applying. That's no longer the case. So it's not just that we've gotten to 6. We're not reducing that number at all. It's growing and not, looking any better.
Okay, thank you.
I would say that's the same for mechanics. It's not, we're not getting from my knowledge, we're not getting the applicants right now that we need to fill the positions. We're not drawing in anyone at this point.
Okay, and then just another question. Is everything done in-house or is there any outsourcing as far as mechanical?
As of right now, we are doing a lot of it in-house, but we are outsourcing some of our work also. Some of our smaller work, like warranty stuff, gets obviously shipped out. We have some of our stuff, that needs machining and stuff like that, we're outsourcing. We have some plows that are in very rough condition right now, and that's another thing that puts us behind, is some of the plows with, as you guys know, the roadways and stuff like that we have just beats this equipment to a pulp. And we have plows that are 5 to 10 years old that are just, every bushing and everything is just pounded out of them, and we can't do the repairs to that extent in-house, so we have to outsource some of that stuff. And, we have, some of it, we have to outsource because we just don't have enough time in the shop to get the stuff, get some of those repairs done, some of that stuff done. So yes, there is some stuff being outsourced for that.
Okay, so it's kind of a mix of, the particular expertise, I guess, needed, and then the
Yes.
staffing shortages?
Staffing shortages.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Alder Campbell. Sorry, Morgan. I'm telling you, you guys are sitting in the wrong seats.
I'm not sure if this is a question that you should answer, or if Mr. Fault should. I know I had a couple friends of my own that have gone to the villages to work. Do we know how much more the villages are paying, say, per hour or stuff like that? Or what kind of comparisons do we have?
And certainly, Brian can comment on that too. I think the purpose of the study, though, was to study what the other municipalities are paying, so that when we make adjustments, that we're trying to bring our wages in alignment with what the industry, and that's the percentile, right? So 50th percentile means you're in the middle. If you're 40th percentile, you're below. If you're 60th percentile, you're above. So, but certainly I would allow you to respond to that as well, but that was the purpose of the wage study.
Yeah. I think the wage study went after that. I'm not 100% sure on where we're at with the surrounding municipalities. I believe the wage study did. I don't know if they specifically did for mechanics. I'm not 100%. I don't know about that, but I know when they did the wage study, it was the local municipalities and stuff. So I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah,
And Joe might be able to speak to that better.
Yeah, and we'll when we close the floor, we'll allow Joe to talk further on that. So, Alder Eck?
Wasn't that an attachment on your last meeting, so we can?
The wage study?
Yeah.
Yes, that was previously passed through Personnel Committee.
Yeah, so it was on the list.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak?
Hi, my name's Paula Whiting, and I live at 1120 Marquette Ave. I just want to have you guys take a real good look at the people that are here. Obviously, there's an issue that we feel very unappreciative, and all we're asking is that you look at this and try to do the best that you can by us. I've worked for the city for 23 years, and I'm on kind of the tail end of it. And I will be honest with you, if I was in my 30s, I'd be looking for another job. I like what I do. I come in and do the best that I can, but it's very frustrating, the revolving door at times, in regards to when you hear people that are leaving that are making that much more money doing the same job for a huge city compared to some of the other places around us. So just please, when you guys have your discussions, keep us in mind. We're here, we want to work here, but you can see by the amount of people, once again, in this room, how we feel so unappreciative. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else that wishes to speak? Anybody else? Oh, got another one? Okay.
I'm Greg Wojcik. I live at 1226 Suburban Drive in De Pere. And I just want to comment of, back in I've been doing this line of work for 39 years. I've been through it all with companies going bankrupt, with working on in Superior stuff. I can fix anything. But when it comes time to fix stuff now, and we get told that we can't fix the old plow equipment, there's 5 pieces of plow equipment that we aren't going to have this year. And that's going to be less that the city's going to get plowed because we don't have the money supposedly because all the equipment's old. I worked at places where mostly were fleets through years. They kept their equipment for 7 years and got rid of the stuff. But working for the city, like I said, I can fix anything. I'm dealing with what I worked at in the nineties, still in 2023. And I can fix anything, you know, same with the guys that I work in the shop. But to me, there's a time when it's not feasible to keep this stuff on the road, and it's time to just give it up. I mean, I like what I do at the city, cause we put on restoration of garbage trucks, which most municipalities, talk to people in the industry, get their life expectancy 6 or 7 years. And we got, some of ours are 15, 20 years old. And same with the leaf trucks. The leaf trucks, I mean, them things were, like I said, they're in the 70s and 80s technology, 90s, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just the point of, I think we're going downhill more than what we're going ahead, because we're just keeping the stuff over and over. I live in a municipality, okay, everybody's taxes go up. I'm not crazy about it either. I live in De Pere. With the way we got our garbage trucks, everything's got polished rims on a shirt. We pay for it as citizens, but I'm proud to say, look at that truck going by. Look at this going, you know, like we got new equipment, our stuff gets fixed. We got new stuff. We're trying to make our stuff look new, and it's not gonna happen. In all the years, you know, everybody that likes wage increases, and all the naysayers that I always hear of, well, you guys make enough. No, we don't make enough. I have friends that I tried to get to come to the city or mechanics. They're making $4 an hour more than I am at a private sector that's not a dealership, and that we can't find anybody. Our equipment, you know, is, you know, granted, everybody knows it's subpar. And in the shop, when we deal, I've been there for almost 8 years, and when there's a snow plow going on, 3/4 of the guys are out plowing. If we have so many plow drivers, why are we pulling guys out of the shop? And then it's like all crammed in, because I don't like going out in the public plowing. I like fixing things. So it frustrates me of always being in the shop, and where all these other guys that we say that we got. We don't. Mechanics shouldn't be out plowing. They should be in the shop fixing the stuff. And it's frustrating, just, it's the cycle. You know, and it's like, I just get to the point a lot of times where I just, you know, just want to go, because it's not better. It's not getting better. You know, I chose, when I went in this field, they says that you get up in a municipality, you reach the top. Back in the day, when I started, you had to be a resident of a city. Granted, I wasn't a resident for 10 years in Green Bay here, but I worked my way up through the system. I've been basically worked on any piece of equipment they ever made, you know, being in my 39 years of work. I'm 57 years old, you know, and I'm figuring, well, everything is going up, and except our wages. You know, it's like the cost of living is going up. When you can give your Social Security over a 3% wage increase and we only get 2%, well, how fair is that? I mean, everybody else, last week there was a guy in from the county. The county is struggling through the same stuff we are. Granted, we're the city. Well, they got the same problem where they got old trucks, they send them out, they get spanked on the hand because, oh, look, it costed $30,000 to fix a truck 20 years old, and don't have the budget. What are we supposed to do? Our job is to keep the city rolling. Well, we can't, because all the equipment is getting old. I'm working on 3 trucks now, same with them guys working on plows. Me and one of the other guys are part of trying to keep sanitation going, and we're getting backed up. Even with the new equipment, the new trucks don't mean less problems. They have just as much problems than everything's electrical. It's just, I don't understand of, you know, like a couple of years ago, our organization, we're in the process of some guys retiring and stuff. We only got 1% from the city. Why? Why do we only get 1%? Why not, you know, we're all working for the city to make a city better. So why we only get 1%? That doesn't make sense. And then now we're struggling for 2 or more than 2. I just, you know, all this bickering of you guys don't need raises, you know, it just doesn't make sense. There's nobody that I know that started life working that is fine making the same wage their whole life. It doesn't make sense, especially nowadays. The skilled industry trade is short. There's no electricians going into the industry. There's no welders, mechanics. You go to the dealership, everything's a sign out in front of the dealer. We're hiring mechanics. We're hiring mechanics. That ain't no different when our heavy duty equipment mechanics. You know, it's like it's frustrating when I get sneered on because the guys I know that were in the industry less are making more than me at a public place, and we're supposed to be the city. I mean, there was a survey out I heard on the radio that, okay, Green Bay is supposed to be the best place to live. What about the work? You know, where's our give in that? You know, it's like, we, you know, I'm just speaking more or less in our shop. If we want fixed the things, the city won't function because all of our shop is in charge of making sure everything runs so all the city can be taken care of any given time. It's like I said to the guys, this is okay. For snowfall, what if we all called in sick? What's gonna happen to the city? You know, we're gonna shut down, we're 3 guys short, we're trying to pound the hours. You know, it's like, 16-hour days is hard for me when I'm older. I did it when I was younger, I worked, you know, a lot of times and stuff, a lot of years. And now it's harder because the equipment's older, you're trying to make stuff happen, and it's not working because everything's against you a lot of times. And then you go in a snow plow, but everybody's sleeping, and all of a sudden the city's magically plowed in the day. There's just still people, that's why I don't follow the stuff line, because, you know, this is wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. Everybody put themselves in our shoes when everybody's there 16 hours, and just seeing what goes on. I mean, if you wanna see what goes on the plow, come over in the middle of the night where we gotta be in at 2 o'clock in the morning. See what we gotta deal with, see all the breakdowns, see all the old trucks. Like I said, the plows are old, they are, you know, it's like, it's hard to deal with this stuff, you know? It's like I said, I fix, but you can only do so much. And then you're Band-Aided, you know? That's all I got to.
Okay, thank you. Alder Stoyer.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate you coming in. I guess maybe I'm a little naive, but I didn't realize that, you know, the mechanics, you know, they're pressed into plowing at times.
Yeah.
You know, maybe I've heard that in the
I've been
past,
there
but
almost 8 years and every plow's,
yeah, so that's kind of concerning in itself, you know, in a sense, because you're not doing the work that you're supposed to be doing, so. Anyway, and I appreciate some of the comments, you know, the others that have commented as well. You know, and I think there's some understanding on your part that, you know, we have constraints on the budget as well. There's we can't go up too high on certain things, but, you know, for myself personally with this budget, I think it's very, very important that we look at the workers and we look at that, you know, partly for fairness, but partly for morale. You know, whatever you want to put a percentage on, I think it's important to look at that. You know, without the workers, the city doesn't run. I worked for the city for 25
Alder Stoyer,
Yeah.
do you have a question? I just want to make sure that we're
Did I-
saving discussion for discussion
Yeah,
and questions
all
for questions.
Yeah, I get a little carried away, don't I? We'll get there eventually. I think I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the committee?
You guys
Okay,
love
thank
me,
you.
I know you do. You could sell us stuff like, give me a snake bites.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? All right, anybody else that wishes to speak? Okay, if not, we'll entertain a motion to close the floor.
Second.
We have a motion by Burnett and a second by Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, the floor is closed. Discussion is open. Are there any members of the committee that have questions for staff
I do.
or comments you wish to make? Alder Galvin?
A few questions. Parks, how short are you on non-union? Well, I don't think you have any union members, do you?
I'm a rookie, Dan, just hang on. All right. There we go.
Yeah, we do have union members. As the last I heard, we were, I think, too short on our park maintenance workers. As far as mechanics go, I think we're full on that, but I'm not 100% sure. I can check on that and get back to you.
How many park maintenance workers do you have?
How many do we have total? Give me a second. We have 22 park maintenance workers.
Okay, so you're short almost 10%.
Correct.
All right, and then what about forestry?
Forestry, we have 9 arborist 2s and 5 arborist 1s.
And are they fully staffed?
I'm not 100% sure, but the last I heard they were.
Okay. And fire?
We are at authorized strength.
You are? All right, PD?
Currently, I have one professional staff vacancy in as a desk clerk, and I think we have 7 people at some stage in the hiring pipeline for that.
In the hiring pipeline?
In the, in the interview process for that. We're interviewing for that job right now.
All right. Community and economic development?
We have 2 plumber positions open and a senior economic development position open.
Out of how many?
We have two plumbing,
No, but I mean, how many positions do you have total?
42
Okay.
in the department.
And then transit?
Bill, you're really making a challenge for me operating this
Yeah,
thing here.
absolutely. So we are approximately 6 or 7 operators down right now. Typically, we have 20, so that's a large percentage. I have a mechanic position that's been open for about 1.5 years and 1 dispatcher position.
And how many mechanics do you have?
We have 4 mechanics. We're 1 down.
And dispatchers?
We have 4, we're 1 down.
And so do you have mandatory overtime then for some of your drivers?
Yes, lots of it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so this is my comments here. This is not something that's just DPW. This is citywide, it sounds like. And I think that this study is good. I think it's a good start. I think the comments that we've had so far from our employees are spot on as to just how serious this is. And granted, we've got a lot of discussion here on where we're gonna go, but I think, maybe this needs to be repeated again when this comes to the full council, so all the council members can hear what you have to say about just how bad it is, and it could get worse. Thank you.
Okay, Alder Burnett?
Yeah, thank you. Director Grenier, obviously you've heard a lot of comments, most are regards to your department. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond because one thing that I have noticed in your department is you've made the best of the resources given, and we've always obviously stretched your budget quite a bit and reduced quite a bit over the years where we have an expectation of roads. We hear over and over, we need more roads done. We implemented the wheel tax that removed the residential assessments, cut the commercial assessments in half. But when, just for the sake of all those who are watching this meeting, because I don't want people to have a negative view of the Department of Public Works overall, we obviously have an area where we need to address as a council and a city government. But your budget over the years has been relatively stable in that you haven't had these huge increases. You've done what you could with the resources provided you, but every year you have shared with this council and the mayor and everyone that will listen some of the challenges you are having with some of these skilled positions. So for the sake of the employees of the department that you manage, I just want to make sure everyone's clear that you have shared these concerns with us. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of address this for the members of the public who might be kind of concerned hearing the things that they've just heard. So, do you want to respond to that?
Well, to be honest with you, Alder, I don't know that I need to. I think you just did.
Okay.
And we appreciate that. I think, speaking on behalf of my team, all 205 of us, I'm glad to hear that there is an appreciation from the Common Council recognizing that I have been trying to portray that story and you guys have heard. I've always maintained that I've been extremely proud of the staff that I have. We have taken the resources that have been allocated to us and we have done the best we can with them. And in addition to staffing resources, you're hearing from some of my staff talking about the age of the equipment. That's another concern that we've expressed. We do understand there are finite resources here with the city as far as equipment replacement. If you look over the last 10 years to see where our equipment repair budget has gone, our equipment repair budget went from about $600,000 to about $1.2 million over the years, and that's because we are attempting to keep aging equipment out there because the cost of equipment goes up and we simply can't keep pace in a replacement schedule with what those demands are. So I guess I would just echo what has been said previously, and again, I appreciate the committee and the alders recognizing what we've tried to do and the efforts that the team has gone through to try to maintain that service level without increasing cost.
Yeah, and I want to comment on that if I could, because, you know, as alders, we are very mindful of all of our departments and the types of calls that we get when plows don't come through at certain times when constituents expect them, and the fact that Director Grenier has this struggle of when exactly to ready the plows when we use the same trucks for the leaf collection. And so it's a real fine line that often gets drawn. And I would say over the years, my constituent feedback has been really positive. I mean, the people I represent are extremely grateful for the work that the Public Works Department is doing with a limited budget. Obviously, as a council, we have some work to do to kind of rectify some of these issues, but I think that the study that's before us is a good start. It's not going to solve everything, but I don't want it to be lost in some of the comments that I'm grateful to hear, but I just don't want people to come away from this with a negative view of the Public Works Department. They can only do with the resources that this council provides them. So, thank you.
Alder Stoyboy.
Stoyboy. It's a long story. Anyway, nicknames. Hey, easy. I lost my train of thought here. Well, actually, Alder Burnett brings up some very good points. I mean, I've been very happy to speak with Director Grenier and other people as well, other directors, and they've been very forthright with us, and I appreciate that. You know, you could sugarcoat things at times, but I think sometimes you got to really look at what's going on, and I think just the fact that we are hearing from the employees more so than we've ever really heard in the past. And I think the committee's been doing a great job of listening, and I think we as alders are also listening. So, you know, we will get to some kind of, you know, fruition on all of this, but it's not gonna happen overnight. But I think we're on the right track. So, like I said, I appreciate what, you know, Director Grenier, a lot of folks are very busy, but they have time for us. We go in their office, and sometimes we talk half hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you as well to that person. So, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Alder Hutchison.
I think this is the third meeting where in Mass we've had employees show up, at least 3. I was impressed the first time, I was impressed the second time. I'm impressed this time, because there is a frustration being stated, and yet they're respectful and they listen and they're well-spoken. I think this is what we want to see in a democracy when people have concerns and they want to express them. So they're expressing these concerns, I think, exactly how we want them to express them as alders. So now we have to decide which of these 4 options we're going to press forward with, okay? Because it all boils down to these options, to this report. The discussion's fine, but I think it all boils down to that. So I think it's time to start talking about which option we're talking about. I don't know what the plan is.
Okay, I have a few questions maybe, if you don't mind, before we do that.
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. So as we listen to the speakers, I think, to me, there were 3 themes that really emerged. And I'm going to look to maybe Chief Faulds perhaps for this first question. Specifically, of course, our streets crew talked a little bit, but we had a lot of mechanics, a lot of discussion around mechanics. So when we did this wage study, correct me if I'm wrong, but every position was evaluated, is that correct? And then if so, what did that wage study say about mechanics?
So what the consultant did is they used benchmark positions, and I think the presentation they have that's in the packet goes through what those benchmark positions are. And they then kind of use that to give a point factor to everything, and then they put that into our current pay structure. So I don't believe we would have any position-specific data on like mechanics or anything like that. But what they did was they took, so the mechanics are in pay grade H. They would take those positions that are all in pay grade H and compare it to similar positions in other municipalities, and they created the pay structure with that.
Okay, and I don't want to get too anecdotal, right, because those are the folks we heard from today, but it's very possible there's other positions that are of grave concern as well. But that was one of the themes that I heard, right? The second theme was vacancies. And so can you, of course, it's Public Works that we heard from mostly, but broadly speaking, throughout the city, and I think Alder Galvin was trying to bring this point home and land that plane, but how are we filling vacancies that have been remaining open for a while? And is compensation truly the inhibiting factor? Are there other issues at play? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I think Alder Galvin did a nice job of going around and seeing that pretty much every department has been dealing with vacancies and, turnover. We've had about 40 to 60 vacant positions for the past 2 years. And I think when I started 6 years ago, it was usually around 20. So, it really jumped up. I think at this point, if you look at the consultant and what they recommended, I think it's fair to say that wages are low in comparison to the market. So I think that's easy to say, but I can't say for sure that that's the only reason why people aren't applying. But I think it's easy to say that wages are below the market.
Right. Okay. And then the third theme, I think that at least I heard, was condition of equipment. And just for the benefit of everyone here, in an interesting way, typically our larger capital purchases actually don't get debated with the budget. And that'll come in a separate meeting. But I think it seems to me at least that there's a timely discussion to be had around our rotation schedule. It wasn't that long ago, a couple of years ago, when we first started doing a 5-year CIP or capital improvement plan. It's not uncommon for other places to do longer than 5 years, so that when you've got a vehicle that's 7 years, for example, you know exactly where it lands in that rotation. But if our equipment's not being replaced in an appropriate manner, we've got to have that discussion too, because our maintenance costs are going to go up, as Director Grenier alluded to. So if we're not rotating equipment quickly enough, I do want us to have that discussion at an appropriate time. It's just not going to be part of the budget process because we're not making decisions on that stuff today. So, but at least those are the three themes that they came through loud and clear. Now, I kind of smiled a little bit, Alder Steuer, when you asked the question. If you would like the pay plan that gives you the least amount of money or the pay plan that gives you the most amount of money, which one would you take? Because I think everybody knows the answer to that, right? But what I appreciate about the discussion that's been had here and throughout this process is that there's an acknowledgement and a recognition that on our part, that A, we have to do something, and then B, on your part, to say, we understand that you can't give the world. But I think we can all sit around this room and agree that as we go through this budget every year, our represented bargaining units have seen increases, whereas our unrepresented individuals or employees haven't seen increases at the same level. And that is why we're in the position we're in. I'm glad we did the study. The study was important. The study told us where we stand. Okay, and that's why I want to make sure that everybody understands we're talking about two different issues right now, but they are going to blend together as part of this conversation. And that first issue, again, is where we stand relative to the market. And that second issue is, what does a COLA look like after that? So how do we bring our people to be in alignment? We have to decide what percentile that is. We asked for 50th percentile. That's been the city's policy for longer than any of us have probably been on council. After talking to Chief Faulds, it's my understanding on the current budget proposal, it brings our employees in aggregate up to the 62nd percentile. Okay. .5? 62.5. Okay, we'll round up, 63. So so that'll actually put, in aggregate, our employees above market rate. That's a good thing. But another thing that hasn't been really talked about today is the leapfrogging, right? And so we've had that discussion in other meetings. Now's the time for us, and we've talked about this. This is the day where this committee is going to make recommendations for full council, and then ultimately next week the full council will make final decisions. But this is the day for us to really address the leapfrogging topic as well. And so I did have a conversation with Chief Faulds. In order for us to sort of, if we were to pass a policy, well, not a policy, but enough funding really to address the leapfrogging we have. Chief Faulds, could you maybe, I want everyone again, just to be fully informed and on the same page, can you talk about leapfrogging, how many people are impacted, and how we avoid that?
Yeah, so I think the concerns from individuals are, one is they've been here for several years and they're going down to the minimum step. So now a new hire will come in around the same pay as them. The second one is where someone's been hired within the same, let's say 1 year to 3 years, and they're both going to the minimum step. And they want to make sure that those individuals, if someone was hired 3 years ago and is going to step one, and their performance review date is in June, they want to make sure that the person hired a year ago and their performance review is in January, that they're not getting leapfrogged, and that's a technical term, I think. So what we did was, the leapfrogging issue would impact about 64 people, I think, from what we've seen. And those are individuals, again, on the minimum step, and making sure that those individuals who are more senior or have more experience will get an increase before the more junior or less senior employees. So those positions that are really impacted would be arborist 1, arborist 2, laborer, park maintenance worker, truck driver, financial analyst, engineering tech, mechanic, and mechanic 4-person. So it addresses the leapfrogging issue on the front end, on the lower end of the pay scale. And then one of the proposals, which is in 1 and 1A, was the minimum 1% that everyone would receive. That really, I think, helps the concern from employees that they're closer to what new hires would get. That helps our more senior employees kind of get bumped up an extra step. Most of those employees will be impacted by the minimum 1% increase with the implementation. So those two together, I think, address some of the concerns that were coming up. And the leapfrogging to implement that is about $140,000.
Okay, so for folks whose brains are not wired like HR directors, essentially that means people who have worked here for a period of time will be rewarded for that seniority. And individuals who walk in the door brand new are not going to make more than people who maybe have worked here for 20 years, as an example.
Yeah, and I can address that too in the sense of, it's not gonna, typically we don't hire a new hire February of next year. So the more senior employees, January 1, will probably be on if they go from step 1, they go to step 2, or if they're starting on step 2, and that's the minimum, they go to step 3 in January. And then the less senior would probably do that in April, and then the least senior would do that in June. So that helps create that separations. So it's not gonna fix it completely, but for the most part, it will.
Okay, good. So that's, again, there's the leapfrogging, and $140,000 is the number that if we want to create a resource or a tool for our staff to use to avoid leapfrogging, that's the cost, okay? The second piece, of course, then is just the wage adjustments. So when we did the study, there was a range, there was a spectrum that showed how far behind market we are. And when we were looking at and I don't know, Joe, if it was like I know it was, it was the folks that maybe are in the higher skilled positions. I don't want to say higher skilled, they're all skilled, right? But like the folks that are on the higher pay scale, and they were 11% below market rate. And then on the other end of that spectrum, we were 6% below. And what I want to understand though, Joe, with that is you're saying it did not address individual positions, so that when we're talking about mechanics, which obviously was a need that was loud and clear today, it didn't go into specific positions, is that right?
Well, I think they do the analysis based on that. They'll look at position by position, and I'm assuming a mechanic was I'm just looking right here. The mechanic four-person was a benchmark job. So that means that they were looking at other municipalities, and they also have a mechanic four-person. So, and mechanic was as well. So yes, it was a benchmark job that most municipalities have mechanics, so it's easy for them to compare apples to apples with those job responsibilities. So they would have position by position with the benchmark jobs really dove into the analysis. I'm just saying, the pay structure is different at the city of Green Bay than other pay structures. So the mechanics in our city pay plan are grouped in pay grade H. So pay grade H, for the most part, went up the same for all those positions, but that would, for the most part, reflect all of the positions. And I guess if there was, I think, a situation where a position would have moved from one pay grade to another, the consultants would have told us that.
Okay, and I think there's gonna be an opportunity for us to obviously address the budget right now, and then I think there will be an opportunity for ongoing discussion about areas where we really need to maybe hone in on with some additional discussion. I think that point was raised by one of our guest speakers today, which was this may not be a challenge that we fix in 1 year. And I bring that point up because we, as a council, need to be aware that once we cast our final votes on this budget, this issue's not done. We need to continue to talk about it, because from where I sit, I don't think we can continue to sit and look at vacant positions, and especially when they've been authorized to be filled. And if that's, one of the contributing factors to putting a lot of strain on our staff, we need to address that. So again, I talked about leapfrogging in the budget, and I just want to do this as a point of clarification. In the proposed budget from the mayor, leapfrogging is not addressed. However, bringing wages in alignment with the market study, that is addressed, as is a 2% COLA on top of that, effective April 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so, do you know offhand, I think in total, that's about $1.5 million, is that right?
I think is it 1.2?
1.2?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and I was just looking for a round number there. And so, of course, and we've talked about this in the past too, but historically, when we're kind of up against levy limits and expenditure restraint, we've really been restricted in terms of our ability to make a significant adjustment to kind of bring ourselves up to market speed. So even if we wanted to in the past, state law really prohibited us from doing it unless we were to cut positions. And nobody wanted to do that either, right? So I just kind of want to make it clear why this year, right now, is the year for us to have this discussion. Because when this budget year is set and this budget passes, while we have forgiveness on expenditure restraint this year, that requirement is waived because of the new shared revenue allocation. We do not have that exemption next year. And when this budget passes, our council, we have a new base for expenditures for next year. So I just encourage, if you've got any questions on that as a council, I either ask them today or talk to staff before the next meeting. But that is a very, very important piece of the equation. If we don't take care of employee wages this year, we are restricted next year. We're going to run against those caps, and we're not going to be able to do what we can do this year. Yep, Alder Steuer.
I just have a quick clarification on that. You mentioned about that, was it 3.1 million that we're talking about for?
For shared revenue.
Yes, for the shared revenue. And that's included in our budget. Now, has it been earmarked in any way, or is that just generally given into the entire budget?
Well, shared revenue comes into the budget. It has some restrictions from the state,
But as far as, and we have to decide accordingly?
Yeah, we don't, it doesn't come to us in such a way that here's $3.1 million and we're going to spend it on X, Y, Z. It comes in
Right.
to the general fund, and then it kind of all,
And
it's a big
I
pot.
understand that.
Yeah.
I think that there were some questions from the audience maybe thinking that, maybe it could be split up into certain categories. But I think knowing that it goes to the general fund, I think is important.
Yeah, I mean, when the state does that, this particular round, they did put some restrictions on it. I would defer to staff on what all those restrictions are, but it's not like a $3.1 million blank check, spend it as you will.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Alder Grant.
I'm a little concerned about, I know when you talked about the increase for certain professions being 11%. I think a big thing that we have to be mindful of is the workforce environment that we are facing. When I talked to Director Faulds today about the positions that are open, it is a lot of trades and labor positions. And I worry that we're not increasing those lower level enough. Everybody is experiencing shortages in this industry, so we need to set ourselves above that. And I kind of hope we can find a way to almost close that gap where we see a bigger increase on, the level H jobs that we need to run this city, because we have to be competitive to something that every, employer is facing right now. So I personally would kind of like to see a bigger increase on the bottom.
Okay. And this council, of course, can do anything it wants to do with respect to that. It's just, as the question always goes, how do you fund it? But I think the other piece of the equation is the study, was conducted to tell us where the performance range is, where's the baseline.
I understand that, and I'm aware of that, but like Alder Stoyer brought up, college was pushed for so many years, and now we're starting to pay for that. And my husband's a mechanic, so I can really appreciate what you guys do. I understand it. But we are seeing shortages in the trades and labor, and so if we know that and we're projecting that for the next 10 years, they're pushing trades again now, but we're not gonna start to see that benefit for another 4 years. So what are we gonna do in the meantime to make sure we're competitive to keep those positions filled and bring people in? So that's where I would like to see that bottom part brought up.
Director Faulds, Chief Faulds, can I just have you comment on that, right? My point with referencing the study, and I don't disagree, Alder Grant, my point with the study, though, was to say, hey, this is where sort of the benchmark is for everybody, right? But when we have areas in particular that are not being filled, there's an issue there. And that's I think, the point you're trying to make, Alder Grant. What type of incentives, if any, has the city ever offered in the past to maybe address areas of high need?
So typically what the city does is we have a hiring policy that we try to hire employees between steps 1 and 4. And then typically when we have issues or a tough time recruiting in certain areas, we typically just then hire people at higher steps. So I think that's really what we've done. Some of the issues we've ran into in those, I think, DPW type of positions is the leapfrogging, is that we have certain employees hired at steps 3 and 4, and now it's hard to, recruit and find someone unless they're hired at like step 5 or 6. So that's why implementing the new pay plan would really help, because it would bring it up, $3 across the board for those hourly positions.
$3, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think someone else mentioned that too.
Okay. Any other questions, Alder Grant? Okay.
Alder Johnson?
Alder Galvin.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and comments. One, again, it's amazing that we've got this many employees showing up 3 times in a row to remind us and let us know exactly how they feel things are going for them and for the department and the people that they serve. We have 2 meetings coming up, November 7th, November 9th. These guys came in early this morning just so they could be here. They flexed their hours. I want them to be at the next meeting that's really gonna count. So instead of making them come in early 2 days in a row, what's the best meeting for them to show up for? The 9th? Okay, November 9th. 4:30. At 4:30. The next thing is, Alder Johnson, you're correct. We have been constrained, but this has been a problem that's been growing since 2010, after Act 10, when a lot of these individuals lost their right to bargain with the city. And we've seen the difference that's occurred. The units that have the right to bargain have done okay. and the ones that haven't have been the ones that have been left with the short stick. We're kicking the can down the road, we're doing more with less, and I think it's pretty evident today that we're doing less with less for the city. We're not doing more, we're not doing the same, we're doing less. We saw it in parks with maintenance, not just the pools and the parks, but we saw it with the maintenance going on, we've seen it in all the other departments, we're getting less done with less. And this council needs to make some hard decisions here, but I want to be cautious that we don't hurt one segment to benefit another segment. I know that I've seen supervisors from DPW, from the police department, and from other departments leave to go to other municipalities, Ashwaubenon, De Pere, Appleton. And I've seen good employees leave with a lot of years of experience. I know of one at the police department right now that's being actively recruited by another municipality. One of our senior non-sworn employees is being actively recruited to leave to go to another municipality to make more money and in effect doing some less work. And so we have to be careful that we don't shortchange anybody in this process. I want us to be the community that are poaching or taking employees from other departments, that people want to come here, that they're willing to leave and bring that experience with them, not just come as a new recruit that we have to spend a lot of time training with CDLs and everything else, but that we're bringing supervisors with a lot of experience and skills so that we can replace some of these positions at a higher level. So I just want to caution us as we move forward that we be careful that we're not hurting one end to benefit the other end. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna, just to kind of move the discussion along, Alder Hutchinson was alluding to this before. I'm just going to make a suggestion, but rather than putting it in the form of a motion, I'm just gonna make the suggestion, I'm just gonna let people react to it, and if somebody wants to beat me to the punch of the motion, I'm fine with that. But as I've crunched the numbers, you know, we have two choices, right? If we say we're gonna go beyond what the mayor's proposal is, we have to either raise taxes or you have to find your funding source. I mean, that's really the outcome. So, after some conversations that I've had with Director Ellenbecker and the mayor and some others, Chief Faulds, I do think addressing the leapfrogging is an important discussion. And Chief Faulds shared that number with us. It's $140,000. So that is a proposal that I would like to see come forward. The second proposal that I would like us to talk about is an additional 1% increase that would be added, again, above and beyond what's been provided. So 2% is already proposed. This 1% would then convert it to 3% starting April 1st. Now, that would add an additional cost of $200,000. And what this would do is guarantee that every employee in the city of Green Bay receives at least a 5% increase. Right, Joe? I'm reading that right, okay? So, and the reason I say at least 5% because there is the wage, there's the compensation study, the adjustments, okay? So that's, so those two items together would be $340,000. That's the estimate on it. Every employee in the city gets 5% wage increase. The reality is some will get more depending on where they are in that performance range. And then what I would like to suggest is for those positions that have noticeable areas of deficiency, again, mechanics are one that we've talked about. Admittedly, I'm not sure how to solve that today, and I think that is going to be a serious question that we have to take up moving forward. And I think that we can do that as soon as budget's done. Let's get on the Personnel Committee agenda right away, and let's start talking about positions that have been incredibly difficult to recruit for. And then for that $340,000, what I would suggest as the funding source, because I would like to keep the mayor's mill rate proposal where it's at. For that funding source, I would suggest ARPA interest. So there's enough funding in there for ARPA interest that could fund that, and then it has no effect on the proposed mill rate. So I will let alders react to that.
Question, Alder Johnson.
Fire away, Alder Galvin.
Okay, so we take it out of the ARPA interest. How do we fund it the next year?
So the next year, and this goes to my point, by making these decisions right now, because you're taking a year off of expenditure restraint, that sets your new base for next year. So by putting ARPA interest as revenue into the budget, because right now it's unaccounted for, right? Nobody knew that we were gonna aggregate interest on ARPA, right?
Sure.
So by putting the expense into the budget and then the corresponding revenue into the budget, it actually lifts your expense basis, so that next year, your expense restraint then starts at that level. Does that make sense?
It does, thank you.
Yep. I'm gonna go to Alder Hutchinson first.
Okay, Alder, when you said increase the 2 to 3%, were you talking about the COLA?
Correct.
Okay,
So it's COLA plus the wage adjustment.
right. So you're basically taking alternative proposal 1, you're adding a percent of COLA, and you're paying for the $140,000 leapfrog.
Yep, so I'm adding leapfrog and proposal 1, so it's a hybrid suggestion.
Right.
And again, if somebody wants to suggest something different, that's why I didn't want to make the motion. I wanted to leave us with the opportunity to
No, that's a
do
good,
some
I
back and
think
forth.
it's a good way to
So,
discuss it.
yeah,
Thank you.
I just think we need a place to start.
Right.
Yeah. Chief Falls, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, I think just to clarify, the COLA is at 2, is what's being proposed, right, in April?
The COLA's already in the budget, though.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah, so my point is, my suggestion brings the COLA to 3, plus leapfrogging, plus right-sizing wages. Is there a better phrase to use for that?
No, that's fine, I just
Okay.
want to make sure I'm on the same page.
Alder Steuer.
Thank you, Chair. It actually sounds very good to me. You know, just the fact that if you take 140,000 and add it to the 200,000, you get 340,000, that's less than 1% of the budget, the overall budget. So, you know, I think that this is something that needs to be addressed. And I think with the minimal investment, and like you said, with ARPA, you know, I think that's a great way to go. I was thinking even, you know, there are a lot of folks out there that say, you know what, we're gonna raise taxes. You know, I think a lot of folks think, oh, no, you can't do that. We didn't raise taxes in this city for 8 years, and we suffered for it. So that's the cost of doing business. So if we can have an alternative to raising taxes and doing it with ARPA, fantastic. But I'd be okay with raising the mill rate just a peak, a little bit, you know, to accommodate this. So I'm all in favor of that. Thank you.
Alder Eck.
But just to be clear, you were proposing something that wouldn't increase the mill rate.
Correct.
Okay. So I just have this question, because I heard it at the last meeting I was at, and then, funny enough, on the side of the road, somebody going by that works for the DPW, who I know, both, I heard that they said that they were proposed, based on what was being proposed, they were gonna get 11-cent increase. So I wondered how this would affect those
The
particular.
leapfrogging corrects that.
Okay, because it sounded like it was more the senior staff, correct?
Correct, yeah. We'll let Chief Falls respond to that.
Thank you.
Alder Johnson, what I think Alder Eck is bringing up, for some employees that would get like 11-cent or 1-cent increase, taking out the minimum 1% increase with the implementation, what you propose would not fix those situations.
Okay. that's what
Wait,
I'm
explain
wondering.
that to me. Well, to us.
Yep, yeah, so what's happening is, with the 1% guarantee, when you go on the plan, those individuals that have less than 1%, they're going to the next step. They then will not have that 1 cent, 11-cent increase. They would go a step and a half. But what you propose with the 3% COLA is that essentially they would get that lower increase in implementation, but then they would get a 3% COLA, which would be an extra 1%. It's pretty close. I mean, it's probably off a little bit, maybe by 1% for those individuals, but it's across the board, it's another % for everyone.
But everybody, at the end of the day, right, still gets at least 5%, right?
That's correct, it's just.
So 11 cents, I mean, the 5%, I would imagine, is more than 11 cents. So I don't think anybody's making that little in the city, right? So it kind of overrides that, right?
But he said it wouldn't.
Yes and no. So, I mean, it does for some and it doesn't for others. That's why,
Now you guys know why we struggle with these conversations sometimes.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if you have everyone have a minimum 1%, some of those people that went from 11-cent increase might then go up to like a $1.40 or something like that, because they go to another step, if that makes sense. They're getting like a step and a half. So I didn't run the numbers on it, but I think a 3% COLA is still an increase better than keeping it at 2% and not doing a minimum 1% implementation. I know that was confusing.
Very confusing. Let me just ask you a very direct
Can we get rid of
question.
the steps?
Under the way that I've suggested it, again, it's lacking a motion yet, but does everybody in the city of Green Bay get at least 5%?
Yeah, that'd be,
Okay. We sure about that?
yes.
Yes, okay.
Annually, yeah.
Brian,
Yes,
can we open the floor?
sure can.
Yeah. I
Motion
really
open the
get-
floor for interested parties?
We'll second that. We have a motion by Galvin, a second by Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. If there is anybody in the audience that wishes to speak, please feel free to approach the microphone. And again, if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Mark Berglund, 806 North Broadway. So now I'm hearing this, everybody's going to get 5%, okay? And from my understanding, in that 5% is going to be your step grade raise. Is that correct?
Does that 5% include the step grade raise?
Yes, and Alder Johnson, I just want to be clear with what you propose. Are you proposing a COLA to start in the second pay period of January or April?
Well, right now I suggested April because that's the number we have in front of us.
Gotcha, okay. Yes, so the 5% will include an annual increase in someone's wage over 12 months. And it'll occur at different times for different employees.
Okay.
Okay, there's my point, that, and you're saying, you know, your annual step grade raise is included in that 5%. And I think that's a little misleading number, because for myself, my review is December 1st of next year. So I never realized that 5% until the last month of the year. And in my prior speech, that's what I was trying to say about when they did the last wage study, they changed the point in the year that you got your review to your anniversary date, or 6 months from your anniversary date if you got hired on step one. So basically, anybody that's worked for the city before 2017 has their annual review on December 1st. And I'm thinking that's probably a lot of people. Is there any way we could have a show of hands of people that have worked here? Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, just the people here, the majority of the people here have worked here longer than 2017. So they're not going to see that 5% till the 12th month of the year. You know, so it just, you know, the people that just look at the numbers, okay, everybody's getting 5%. Great, good enough. Well, it's a little misleading, because you're not getting 5% until the end of the year. So that's why I had thought that you bring in the COLA in the second pay period of the year, because it gets more money to more people sooner. You know, and the alternative would probably be starting to figure out how you could revamp the whole performance review, you know, which I'm sure would be, you know, a lot more labor intensive than what, you know, we've got an established system now. But I just wanted to be clear that they keep on throwing these numbers out, everybody's getting this amount. Well, some people are getting it sooner rather than later. Some people have their review in, say, February. So they get their review, they get their step grade raise in February, and then they get their cost of living increase in April, which obviously would benefit for them because they're getting their cost of living raise at a higher rate, because they're getting their review before the cost of living. Whereas myself and the majority of people here have to wait till December. So, and I understand it all comes down to when this all funds as to what the bottom dollar is. You know, it's just that, like I say, you hear these percentages and everybody says, okay, good enough. Well, there's a lot more to it, so. And then if I could just make one small plug for the Parks Department, because we heard from all the DPW guys, they're shorthanded, you know, they have old equipment. Parks, we're not immune to that at all. So far this year, park maintenance has had full staff 1 week. 1 week of this year, we've had full staff. They finally hired somebody, and then a guy left to go somewhere else for some more money. So park maintenance almost never is 100% staffed, ever. Luckily, we've got 7 mechanics. We're fully staffed there. I don't see a lot of turnover there. Forestry is fully staffed, I think since the middle of this year, but before that, they were down 1 and 2 people. But park maintenance is almost never fully staffed, ever. And one of the reasons is because of the way our work schedule is set up. Now, if you ever go to a park on a Saturday or Sunday, you may see a park maintenance guy out there working. He may be opening a shelter, maybe closing a shelter, maybe cleaning a shelter, maybe pulling some garbage bags. When you see a park maintenance worker in a park on a Saturday and Sunday, they're working for straight time. You know, I hear the DPW mechanics, they're working 50-hour weeks. Good for them. That's putting more money in their pocket. I understand you've got to have the equipment to do your job. At parks, something breaks, we don't have the money or the people to fix it, it gets shoved out to the backyard. You should come and see to the back, you know, we have a boneyard where we've got a bunch of vehicles sitting there that need major repairs. We just shove them there and go to the next one and put Band-Aids on everything. Today, I worked on a Bobcat that's a 1999. That's almost a 25-year-old Bobcat that we're still using every day. So, and I understand the park maintenance part of it, when they are working weekends for straight time, it's all because of our budget restraints. You know, we just don't have the money to be paying guys to work Saturdays and Sundays to clean, pull garbage bags, rent shelters, all of that stuff. You know, and it all comes into the aspect of community service and quality of life. You know, and I think that the Parks Department always kind of gets shortchanged a little bit. I mean, as I've said in past speeches, we're not arresting criminals, we're not saving your house from fire, we're not plowing your snow, we're not tipping your garbage bin, you know? So it all seems that the Parks Department is always a little less than, because we're not doing the really important things. And then along with all of these guys working weekends for straight time, we have to flex those hours off. So any given Sunday, you have 2 park maintenance workers in the morning. You have 2 park maintenance workers at night. The following Saturday, again, you've got 2 on the day shift, 2 on the night shift. So any given day that week, you are missing 8 shifts because you are paying guys to work a Saturday and Sunday, part of their 40-hour straight time work week. So therefore, we are always shorthanded during the week because guys are having to flex their hours off to work a straight time weekend. You know, so, which also goes to the part of DPW, they just don't have enough people. Well, we're short people every day because we've got guys taking off because they work Sunday. So, you know, and I think everybody would agree that just take a look at our parks. Are they clean? Are they orderly? Do you think we're doing a good job? You know, it's a lot of hard-working, dedicated people that really care about their job. And one of our recruiting problems is just that, because when you come to parks, you're gonna be working weekends, and there isn't gonna be any overtime. You know, our overtime budget is just a tiny fraction of what all of the other overtime budgets are for the year, for other divisions, just because of the way our budget is set up. So, anyway, I just wanted to stick in 2 cents for the Parks Department, because we've heard from other divisions, and sometimes we think, they got it pretty good. We work for Parks, but, and like I said, only 1 week this year, we've been full staff, we're down 2 people right now. And we're only, to my knowledge, we're only getting 1 or 2 applicants to fill 2 positions. And I think we've been down 2 people for at least 2 months, and we've been down 1 person probably 4 or 5 months. So we're shorthanded all the time. And then again, I understand we're a quality of life, we're a community service thing, we're not doing the really important jobs, but I think it is an important job. As I said in my last speech, close the Parks Department. What kind of quality of life do you have in this town? Bay Beach is gone. All the poolers are gone. All of the public restrooms in all of the shelters are all closed. Nobody's cleaning them, nobody's using them. I think we're very essential, and I would like to think that the Park and Forestry Department would be treated as equals as all of the other divisions of the city. Like forestry. What would happen if we didn't have a forestry department? Ash trees falling over blocking streets. We're calling Asplin. How soon can you get here? Maybe in a week or 2. So, anyway, thank you.
Alder Steuer has a question. Mark, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mark. I've had the opportunity to visit with you a number of times. In fact, if we're on opposite trivia teams on Thursday night, we're missing our trivia tonight. But anyway, that's another story.
Start till 7.
Yeah, you're right, exactly. Anyhow, I had the opportunity to go to the park garage, and you and your folks led me on a tour. It was very eye-opening, and I appreciate you guys. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you.
So with that being said, Alder Johnson brought up the 2 to 3% COLA. Also, the money added for leapfrogging. Are you good with that? In itself, without, and I want to wait until I get to the point of the payment, like the February, April versus December. At first blush, are you okay with looking at it?
Yes, the leapfrogging remedy, I think that's good. The 3% COLA, that's great. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I needed to hear that. The straight time versus OT, that whole thing, I mean, that's gotta be looked at somewhere down the road. I don't know if we can do that here, but I think that's something that definitely has to be looked at. So would you be happy in a sense, or your folks, with the fact that if you got the raise in the COLA, the 1% plus the 200K into the budget for leapfrogging, that the only thing that's really holding it up is when it comes out in the year, whether it's February, April, or December? Is that the main crux right now?
Exactly. That's why I
Okay,
wanted
I know
to
you
come up
said
here
it, I just wanted to hear
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Yeah, because it just, there again, it absolutely benefits the short-termers, depending upon what time of year that they've got hired. And it absolutely handicaps all the long-termers, because they're waiting last in line. You would have to find a new hire that got hired after December 1st. So.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
thank you.
appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions? Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could we take
1
a
second,
break?
Mark.
Like a 2-minute break? or-
Well, is there the floor's open yet, so if there's
I'm
anybody
sorry.
else that wants to speak, go ahead and come on up. We're gonna get through this, Mark, and
Yeah, that's fine.
Todd Lackey, 2426 Forestville Drive. Just got a little bit confused on what, not proposed, but what was said. Not the first time I've been confused. But anyways, it was brought up about somebody at the very first of the year, January 1st, only gonna get less than 1%, 11 cents, 13 cents, 6 cents, whatever it is, starting January 1st, and then everything else falls into place after that. If we're going with what I heard, I thought I heard Alderman Johnson say, we're gonna do the alternate proposal number 1, but increase the COLA to 3%. Then, how I read alternate proposal number 1 is there's a guaranteed 1% increase to employees' salary, 12/31. So is that 12/31/23, 12/31/24?
Well, it would be 24 because that's the budget period. I'm not sure I'm seeing what you're seeing. I apologize. Yeah, so for the record, you guys, I'm just going to give this disclaimer. It's highly irregular for speakers to come up and interact with staff, but I want to allow it because I think this is a really important discussion. I only share that though because normally, I don't want it to be assumed that this is sort of normally how it works, but I think, like I said, this is a good time to do this. So, Chief Faltz, could you please respond to the question that we had here?
And I guess I'll talk to you, Alder Johnson. I think what you're asking to be implemented is the wage, or the proposed pay structure as it's proposed in the mayor's budget, and then to have a 3% COLA in April, and then the increase in performance range increases to 2%, right?
Correct. Oh, I see where the
Oh, and-
1231
yeah.
comes into play
Yeah,
here.
and then add in
Yeah.
leapfrogging on top of that. So that, yeah, that's where the confusion is with the at least guaranteed 1% increase is coming in. Because I don't think that's what you're asking for, right?
Well,
you're asking for the leapfrogging.
Well, I'm asking for the leapfrogging to be implemented. That's one item.
Yep.
The second item is that the COLA is implemented on April 1st at 3%.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have the question here is the 12, based on the employee's 12/31 wage, but that would be this year's wage, right? That's establishing the base.
Yeah, but the guaranteed 1% would not be included in what you're proposing.
It's what you'd be making at the end of this year. That's
Okay.
what
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
understanding.
So, one saying one thing and one saying the other. One saying that there could still be just an 11-cent raise, and one saying, no, at 12/31, everybody's gonna get a 1%.
Yeah,
What is it?
I think the issue is timing, but again, Chief
No, no.
Faltz, no?
12/31.
But don't I let Chief
12/31.
Faltz just answer that so that clearly I'm not understanding everything.
Yeah, it's okay. So what's being proposed right now is that if some employees would get 11-cent increase, they would. That's what's being proposed. But then they would get a 3% in April.
Are we proposing what's original in the mayor's budget, but increasing the COLA? Or are we taking what was proposed in the budget and going with alternate proposal number 1 and altering that from 1% to 3%?
Yep, go ahead, Chief Faltz.
The first thing you said was correct. We're taking what's proposed in the mayor's budget.
Okay.
The COLA is going to 3%, but we're also adding to the mayor's proposed budget a 2% increase in the performance range.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the leapfrogging as well.
Yep.
So somebody that's long tenured in the beginning, or 12/31, still would only get 11 cents versus others getting $2 or more.
I think you meant the 2% in the performance range. Right? Because that's
Say
how you
that again?
define. Yeah, I think you meant, because when you're looking at proposal 1, that includes a 2% increase in the performance range. And when you have that 2% in the performance range and a 3% COLA, that is how you get a minimum of 5% over 12 months over the year.
Right. So to the question that's being posed about the 11 cents, could you speak to that? Maybe reword it so that it sounds different for those that aren't understanding it in HR speak.
So the implementation of the plan that's proposed in the mayor's budget right now is the wage you have at 12/31, you will go to the next step that gives you an increase. So if that next step is 1 penny away, you get a 1 penny increase. If you are in the performance range right now, and then go to the performance range January 1, you will not get an increase. But what you're proposing is the leapfrogging will help the people on the lower end, the minimum steps. The 3% COLA will occur in April, and then a 2% increase in the performance range. Hopefully that was helpful.
Correct. Real quickly, I'm just gonna maybe finish with our speaker first. Okay. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, that clears it up then. Some of us in the beginning of the year are getting different than
Yeah,
the others.
I think a lot of us are even learning up here too, so thank you for the clarifying questions.
Okay, thanks.
So, okay, Melinda, do you mind just holding that thought for a second? Thank you. Go ahead.
Paul Melezova, N3592 Luxembourg. Mine is very quick.
Huh?
My question is very quick.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's okay, and I'm gonna go through the proper channels because the question really is probably gonna have to get answered by Chief Foles. Do you know the ratio of the current job openings? Let's say there's 50 positions. How many of those are represented versus non-represented positions?
For the leapfrogging?
Nope.
No.
Of the open positions.
Oh, the open positions,
Yep.
got it, okay. Chief Fultz, do you know an answer to that question? Of the open positions that the city currently has, how many of them are represented versus non-represented?
Ballpark figures at 50/50.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe, do you know how many?
Chief Davis, you have a sense?
I
We're
can't
hearing
speak for
50/50
for
from.
all the other departments, but right now I'm carrying 7 sworn vacancies, which is, will go up to 9 by the end of the year, and 1 professional staff vacancy, and the sworn positions are all represented.
Okay, Chief Knott?
And we anticipate a total of 4 by next spring of sworn vacancies. And then we have a really short staff of non-sworn, so we only have 5 non-sworn, and we're full on that.
Okay.
So we have 50 vacancies, it's between 20 and 25 are represented, so almost half and half.
That was my question, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, did anybody else want to speak? Okay, if not, we'll entertain a motion to close the floor.
I'll move.
We have a motion by Hutchinson. I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Alder Eck, did you want to ask your question?
Just kind of more of a clarification, just so that everybody's on the same page. The 2% wage adjustment, when would that be implemented? Is that the 4-1 that you're proposing?
Well,
That
the
would-
2% is already in the budget. So what
Okay.
I'm suggesting is an additional 1% that would occur on April 1. So it would be 3% on April 1 instead of
But that's
2%.
for the COLA.
Correct, just the COLA. Yep.
But then there's a wait, I thought Chief Feld said.
Yep, the performance
2%.
range, 2%.
Yes. When does
Um,
that go into effect?
On their anniversary. On their
Anniversary
review date, so it's all over the place.
Okay, so it sounds like several people are in December.
Correct, yeah.
So they would have to wait till next December before this would be
Correct.
implemented. Okay.
Alder Johnson?
Yep, go ahead, Alder
I
Galvin.
have a question for Director Ellenbecker. If we were to take the 3% COLA and move it up to the second pay period in January, do you have an idea, I know you don't have it right now, but what that would cost? And then I would ask too, is there a way with the people that have the review in December, because I know what that's like, you're getting a 2% raise, but you're not getting it until almost next year, 2025, so to speak. Is there any way of changing that review date or moving that up for them? And I understand that, again, this is gonna cost money. But if we're gonna do it right, we might as well do it right now, like Alder Johnson said, we're not getting another kick at this next year. Sure.
The first wage period, and then you said April, or you said in the second wage period, but January, so wouldn't
Well,
it technically be April?
I'm asking if the COLA payout, instead of April, could be moved to the second pay period of January.
Oh, pay period, okay, I'm
Right.
thinking quarters.
Right.
Okay,
And then
thank
I'm
you.
asking if the reviews can either be moved up or that 2% given out sooner. And I know this all figured into the calculations that the mayor's already made for the budget, so this is, kind of messing with that. But, again, either we do it this year or we don't do it. So if we can figure out a way of making it more equitable, I think we should.
So was that a question, Alder?
It was indeed.
To whom?
Director Ellenbecker for how much, and then Chief Falls, is there a way of moving that review date up?
All right, who's going first? Chief Falls?
You want me to go?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I believe about 48 people will be impacted in that they'll have a performance review December 1. So anything is possible, to use Kevin Garnett's phrase, but we could move it up. It's just you got to think about other employees that might have step increases later in the year. So yeah, you could move it up.
Well, and I guess I'm asking, is there, let's face it, we might be facing this again in the future. Is there a way of setting just an annual review date that for everyone is the same? And I think for budget considerations, that might be easier to work with the budgets that way, instead of a little bit here and a little bit next month, a little bit the next month. And again, that saves the city money, I understand that. But at the same time, our thing is, we're trying to retain employees.
Yeah, so what occurred in 2016, 2017 is that the employees got moved to the same date for the performance review. That's why they're all on December 1 right now. That was to help implement the plan. So what happens is when you hire new employees, it just kind of changes throughout that anyway. So, I mean, you can move it to a certain date. It puts a kind of a huge burden on payroll and HR and supervisors that do like 500 performance reviews at the same time. So it's kind of nice to divvy it up that way a little bit. But, I mean, you can do it. Those are kind of the concerns with it. So, I mean, so with the leapfrogging I was talking about before, I was spacing out about like January, April, June. So, I mean, you could do that with performance review employees in December. You can move them up to June or something like that.
With the performance reviews, they're not guaranteed that 2% raise, or are they guaranteed that 2% raise?
So at this time, if you're a non-exempt employee and you're the performance range and you get a meets expectations review, you'll receive a 1% increase. In 2017, when we implemented the plan, if you're exempt, you need to get an above expectations to get a 1% or an exemplary rating to get 1.5. And I think the thought behind that, and I wasn't part of it, but I think the thought was to just have more of a pay for performance was the reason. And after talking to the consultant, he thought it'd make more sense just to make it the same for both, because that's a little unique. So that's why we went 2% across the board as a proposal to try and give more incentive to people and reward people in the performance range, and also get closer to the step increases. So that's where we're at right now. But what we are proposing is meets expectations across the board, 2% for hourly and salaried employees.
Okay, thank you.
Quick run of numbers, if you were to move the 3% from April 1st, the 2% really to the second payroll of January, but actually having it at 3%, you're moving everybody up 3 months and giving them a 1% would estimate about $468,000 on top of the 200. So it would really be a plan of about $668,000. Because what Alder Johnson, what you're offering is 1%. So you're taking 1% for 9 months, and what is being proposed is taking what's not in the budget is taking everyone up 3% for 3 more months. So we're looking at that's estimated about 468 on top of the 200. The 200 would be really from April. So bottom line, that would be about $668,000
Extra. To do 3% at the second pay period of January.
Correct.
Oof, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alder Brunette.
Yeah, I think there still isn't a motion on the floor, but before one is made, Director Ellenbecker, Alder Johnson had mentioned ARPA interest. How much ARPA interest is currently available to be used? And we've used it for different things over the last year, correct?
So far, we have allocated for 2 different projects, one for 25,000 and one for 50,000, so up to 75,000 has been allocated. We have mentioned to use that, funding source for other items, but those are the 2 things that the council has at this point allocated for.
So when the federal government allocated ARPA, they had restricted certain things, categories, trenches or buckets, whatever they're called. Was there any limitations on what interest could be used for?
There were no strings, no contingencies on what the interest was to be used for.
Okay. Had another question. Oh, last budget year, we used quite a bit of ARPA to spend to balance the budget in different areas. I know we don't quite think of it that way, but how much did we allocate of ARPA to meet our budget last year?
To meet our budget last year, we used $655,000 worth of ARPA. We basically took expenses out of this budget. Well, we left them in and said that we were gonna bring $655,000 to cover one-time expenses.
Yeah, that's what it was. I know we were very specific about it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Director Ellenbecker, and Alder Galvin too, I just wanted to kind of provide some clarity on your point before about what do you do for next year? I mean, obviously, if we used ARPA interest to pay for it this year, I mean, while our expenditure restraint basis is reestablished, you obviously are gonna have to come up with the funding, right, for that gap? So, you know, that presumably would be, you know, a mill rate increase or what other adjustment you gotta make, reduction, other spending. But when we talk about the ARPA interest, Director Ellenbecker, have there been any conversations internally about other uses for that funding?
Yes, as we were looking at there were some items that were asked by department heads to put into this budget, and then they did not make it into this budget with the assumption it's either going to get on the CIP or we're gonna have to ask and use, ARPA interest for it. So when we actually come down to the 2024 bonding, there is a request at that point, and there was some, I guess we were gonna plan to ask for some of that ARPA interest, and basically it would help reduce our 2024 borrowing.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question, of course, much like shared revenue, it's a blank check there, technically, unlike shared revenue, is a little different. It will come with an expense later, because you're gonna have to either bond for it or, pay for it some other way, right? So, at least my impression seems to be that there's some flexibility in there. It's probably not all flexible without a borrowing consequence.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Alder Burnett.
I do have a question for the mayor, and this is like a bigger philosophical issue. I agree with Alder Grant's reasoning, and I brought it up at the last finance meeting when we were talking about this, is that some of the higher wage employees, director heads, different supervisory positions within each department. So when you look at some of the large increases of some of our department heads, wonderful people, work very hard. Question for the mayor, because in the budget book, it says budgeted hours for many of your department heads are 2,080 hours, which would be 40 hours a week. Would you just share with the council, how many hours per week would you say some of your department heads work on average? Definitely not 40, given those professional positions. Was that correct?
Yeah, obviously I wouldn't be able to give any like precise numbers on hours worked, but it's far in excess of 40 hours for myself, my staff, you know, a couple of my staff, and obviously directors and other senior staff.
Okay. When and this is a question for you, Mayor, regarding the pay plan that is before us, any consideration given by your office and your position for some of these concerns with like certain positions, like the public works folks who are just speaking, mechanics, positions that are technical and skill level that we have a very hard time recruiting and keeping? Any consideration in kind of increasing those wages, even if it conflicted with the Carlson-Detman study?
No, there wasn't a consideration to entertain things that like directly conflict with what was recommended. I think like Director or Chief Fald said, you know, specific positions were used as benchmarks to then extrapolate, you know, what would be appropriate to reward with these positions. So I think it's an accurate reflection of where the market is, and as Chair Johnson had said, it, this is not something that gets us to beating 100% of the market. We're at 62.5% of the market with what's been recommended here. And just to kind of zoom out a little bit, and this is something that I think everybody's aware of, but it's maybe worth stating. We've got 3% unemployment in this county, right? We've got really low unemployment in the state and in the country as a whole. It's really hard to attract people in this environment. It's good for employees in the sense that, that it's a competitive labor market and they can look for opportunities elsewhere, but it's highly competitive. And so some of the struggles that our employees were very articulately laying out, that's the same stuff that's occurring at the county and other municipalities and other employers around the country. So, that's just to make the point that these struggles are not unique to the city of Green Bay as an organization. This is something that's being contemplated by businesses and governments all over the place.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for Chief Davis and then Chief Knott. And these are just philosophical, high-level discussions as we're trying to reason through these decisions, but obviously it's very hard for a lot of departments throughout the country to recruit and hire and keep officers. It's a very demanding profession, and I think we've done a great job here in Green Bay, but we're not immune to some of the national trends we see. So aside from patrol officers or sworn officers, when you look at your supervisory positions, whether it be captains, commanders of your professional divisions, whatever it is, do we have a lot of turnover in those positions in your management or supervisory positions like you would see in patrol officers?
We tend to see less turnover in the more management positions, although we do have some problems recruiting, especially for the rank of captain. Right now, in some cases, I have captains who make less than lieutenants do. And where we have problems recruiting, though, is at the entry-level positions. So, for example, we had some records clerk openings that took us almost a year to recruit people for. I believe we had some people actually turn job offers down. And those are, those are positions that are in short supply and that are critical functions and that also take a long time. To train a records clerk takes a year. So, but we struggle more at those levels of the organization. If that answers your question. Obviously all our sworn employees up to the rank of lieutenant are represented. And so that's a different story for them.
So again, no motion on the floor, but you kind of hear the conversation. Would the proposed non-motion at this point, would that kind of resolve some of the concerns you have for the record clerk type positions?
I think it would get at it. I don't think that's going to solve it looks like it took a while to get to where we are. And I don't think that's going to resolve all of it. What it won't do, though, is solve the wage compression and inversion issues that I have at that lieutenant and captain level.
Okay. So Chief Knott, I'll kind of phrase the question a different way. Some of your positions in the administrative hierarchy, is there a lot of turnover? I don't think that, from my seat, that I experience a lot of turnover in those supervisory positions in the fire service. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I would really agree with that too. What we see is our first out of represented positions, our battalion chiefs. These are individuals that work, like you said, a myriad of hours. They work their regular shifts, plus they are tasked with a lot of other special projects too. So they're in very, very frequently and working. And it's difficult to recruit people for that level, but once they're in those positions, they do stay for a period of time. But we also see, much like law enforcement, the entry-level positions for police officers and firefighters, it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit those individuals.
So just disregard, for the sake of this conversation, some of your firefighters, EMS personnel, but the professional positions.
Sure.
What is the average? Because a person could look at this, and what you just said is that we don't have a lot of turnover. So someone could argue that, well, it's because they get paid well and we take care of them.
Yeah.
How many hours would some of these positions work per week?
And we could, I don't know, we got a good number estimate, like for a battalion at this place? Yeah, it's, again, the regular shifts are 24 on, you know, so they're working 3 of those shifts at least a week, plus multiple other,
Yeah,
you know, we have
that's-
people
that's-
working special events and all the above. So it is, you know, it varies, but very significant number.
They're
'Cause again-
dedicated to the profession,
yeah,
as
and
we
they're-
know with a lot of these
and they're-
people that have families, and perhaps their
Correct.
erratic schedule doesn't allow their spouse or partner to be able to work.
Correct.
So when you look at the higher increase of pay for some of these higher level positions, you're saying that that's probably a good decision to pay these positions more under this
To
plan.
pay more, right? We do see, like I said, we see that first out of the represented rank, there is that compression issue. There are some plans to address that in these proposals, certainly, but that's something that we do see is that, that last position in the represented field would generally make higher than what that first position out with more responsibilities would be.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
You bet, thank you.
Anything else?
Alder Morgan, let me see if I can find you here.
I'm in Stevens. Just as part of what Alder Burnett was saying, these upper management, are they salaried or do they get overtime for special events and stuff also?
Is that a question for Chief Knott?
Yes, either one of the chiefs.
Okay.
Sure, there is some overtime opportunities for our battalions. Our assistant chiefs will get overtime only for special events that we are reimbursed for. So very few of those, but again, not compensated for their total hours worked, if you look at the aggregate.
Chief Davis?
It's the same story in police. Lieutenants being represented are the highest rank that is FLSA non-exempt, and so they make overtime. But captains and commanders, the only overtime opportunity I'm aware of for them is Packer games, and that's because the Packers reimburse us for all the cost of that, so it's really between them and the Packers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And they can work any other billable overtime, but generally, we also have a rule in our police officers' union contract that we can't supplant officer overtime with a command officer. So really, the only time you see them working any overtime is, paid overtime is Packer games.
Okay, thank you.
Chair?
Alder Galvin?
Just another quick mathematical problem for Director Ellenbecker. If we were to do a 1% COLA increase, second pay period of January, but leave the 2% in April, what would the expense be for us? And then if anyone else wants to,
Do you need a little bit of time for that, Director Ellenbecker?
yeah, so.
And Alder Stoyer was asking for a break, maybe now's a good time. But before we do that, are there any other math problems that you would like her to work out?
Well, going back to fourth grade, I had some stinkers back then, so, no.
Is that the only math problem?
Yeah, that's it.
Is there any other math problems from the committee that you'd like to see? If not, Director Ellenbecker?
Clarification, the 1% would be for January, February, March, and then just leave it at the 2%? Or would there be another 1% on top?
1% for the whole year.
Maybe break them out, so we know each
Just
one.
break it up. 1% from the second pay period of January through the end of the year, and 2% starting April, whatever it was, through to the end. So it'd be
But that's
3%
already
from
built-
April on.
But the 2% is already built into the budget, so there
Right.
would be no additional. So it's really the 1% for a full year.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Thank
Okay,
you.
so we will break for 5 minutes.
Yep.
There we go. We are back in order, or back in session. Director Ellenbecker, could you just share with us what you discovered?
So based on Alder Galvin's request, he had asked for what if we just added a 1% to all employees starting January 1st through December, leaving the 2% in, also kicking in April. So it's full 1% for the full year. That's about $350,000 impact for the full year. And then we also talked about whether or not you would still, as your recommendation is then keeping the leapfrogging in. So that would be about a $500,000 impact for the full year for those, in total for those two changes. In total, that would be for all funding sources.
Okay, and then the 2% still kicks in on April 1st.
Correct, as
So
built in the
everybody-
budget, yes.
Yep, everybody still gets, I mean, 3%, it's just that we have two tiers of when that COLA kicks in.
Right, you'd have a January 1st, 1%, a 2% on April 1st, and then they would also get their performance based on their review date.
And we still have the adjustment from the study, which is already in the budget,
Correct, yes.
right? Okay, Alder Galvin, those are the numbers you were looking for, right?
Okay, just, can you give that to me just one more time?
Sure.
So 1% would add how much?
350,000 to the budget.
Okay.
And then
So-
Alder, yep, go ahead.
Okay, and then 350,000.
Yep, and then the other recommend, and that's just a change from what Alder Johnson had recommended, and then we'd also talked about implementing the leapfrogging at 140,000, so that would be right around 390 or 400, 490 or about $500,000 to implement those two changes.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
So just to maybe piggyback on that, Alder Galvin, as a suggestion, as I was kind of looking at some different numbers, I think it's possible to think that we may have some unfinished business here today, meaning that we can forward a recommendation and, you know, there can be some further work that's done between now and next week if we want to make, you know, more adjustments. I think it's helpful for us as a committee, you know, the mayor suggested, do we want to maybe just kind of leave it, or we can make a recommendation and give council something to react to? Totally up to the committee here what you'd want to do, but I personally would like to make a recommendation just so the body has something to react to, and they can always change it and modify it. But if we went that route, Alder Galvin, one suggestion I would make rather, because that ARPA interest does have some other things, needs that are going to be tied to it, otherwise we are going to find ourselves borrowing for things. But the other component is, if we do full ARPA interest on that, we do leave ourselves with roughly a $500,000 structural deficit next year, right? Meaning that we're not going to have the accessibility of ARPA to backfill that, which means then you are going to have to raise your levy limit. So my suggestion would be that if we went this route, that we would do maybe half of this roughly is funded through ARPA interest, the other half put on the levy for now. I want to be clear that I still want to keep the levy limit proposal at what the mayor has here. I would rather not see the levy limit go up, but I think we've got until, you know, a week from now to come up with proposals to reduce that or adjust this proposal as we see fit. So again, there's no motion on the floor. We're still just talking here, but those are my thoughts out loud in terms of how we fund that raise. Yep, Alder Steuer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I appreciate that thought process, but, you know, and I know you're trying to stay at 7.77, right? You don't want to bring that up. Is there?
Look, you can, I mean, that's up to the majority of the
right,
council.
I understand that,
Yep.
but the way you're talking, you're just saying we would just as soon look through the budget and make those cuts accordingly to keep it at where it's at. I mean, if we didn't, I mean, just keep it, you know, well, we got a long way to go. I guess I could say
We do, folks.
that.
We're still on item number 3.
Yeah, I
so.
know. So I'll wait for all that, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I'm suggesting, it's hard, right? I mean, you could do this right now, and we could sit here and pour over this
Yeah.
line item by line item and figure out where that balance is gonna come from, or you just add it in right now. And then as we go through each individual budget, you can suggest ways to reduce it.
Well, I mean, just for me, you know, and I know a lot of alders talk to department heads and such, but, you know, when I talk to everybody, a lot of the folks, they looked at this budget and they said, you know what, this is lean. This is pretty lean as it is. So for us to even think about cutting it even further, then you're gonna be cutting in the services. That's just my take. So, anyway,
Yep.
that's it.
Yeah, and I don't think you're wrong, Alder Steuer. I mean, we're adding, what we're suggesting here is adding another $500,000 to the budget. So either you raise the taxes or you cut somewhere, or ARPA interest was a path to mitigate maybe that impact, but that's the hard discussion.
Right, right.
Okay, are there any questions, any further discussion, or does somebody wish to make a motion? All right.
I would like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Alder Hutchison.
I would prefer to have this, have numbers to this rather than keep it to the end. because I find if you keep things to the end, somehow it gets eroded. And I wanna save what we've got to date. So I would make the motion to send to council and this recommendation that we accept the report, we accept the plan, and we add the $140,000 to avoid LEAP, and we have an immediate 1%, on the second pay period, I should say, 1% COLA for next year for all employees, followed by a 2% in April, as we've discussed.
The 1% COLA, when would that come into play? I didn't hear that. Second pay period?
Second pay period, and then
Okay.
2% in April.
Yep, and so just to be clear, really the only changes, I think that adding the 2% COLA creates clarity, but really the two changes being proposed are 1% during the second pay period and the funding for Leapfrog. Those are really the two changes. The COLA's already in the budget. Chief Faulds, did you have a comment?
I think it'd also be helpful, and it's up to the committee, but I think the 2%, the performance range for all employees, I think would be helpful to add as well. And I don't think that cost is, I think it's a pretty minimal cost.
Okay, so that would be.
We'd love to jump on that, but what is that cost?
It's about 5,000.
Well,
Make that on a weekend.
yeah, so that is all performance range, all performance increases would be 2%, not the range of okay. Yeah, I'd include that also.
Okay, so really that budget impact then would be 495,000.
That's
Okay,
correct, yep.
so that is a motion. I would second that. And then we will open that for discussion. Alder Brunette.
I don't know if I missed it, but was there any discussion on the revenue source, or is this just going to go towards the tax
Oh,
levy?
good point.
We talked about ARPA interest.
I could just maybe add a point of information to that. I think either way, you have to address them separately. And what we'll have to do is add ARPA interest as income at that point in the budget discussion. But that said, I do want to turn it over to Alder Hutchison if he wants to specify that in the motion.
For clarity, I will, to add the funding source would be levy 50%, interest on ARPA 50%.
Okay, and my second would stand on that. So just again, to add clarity, 495, let's just use round numbers, 500,000 divided by 250, would be ARPA interest, 250-ish, would be 247.50, 500. Would be added to the levy proposal. So that means, Diana, I don't know, how many thousands per penny?
82,000.
Okay,
But
just
let
to
me-
give people some perspective on that, right? And I think, as I've said, my objective would still be to find a place where we make reductions to maintain the proposal levy limit as is, but that'll be a product of the process.
I do want to add a little clarity. That 500,000 is for all employees on performance plan. They are not all levy-based.
Yes,
So that, it really
that number
wouldn't
could
be an
change.
increase to 250 to the levy. It'd be something less than that because you have sanitary storm, parking, Bay Beach, and other funds that also pay for some of those employees. So we figured it's about 78% of that 250, so you would have 250 times 78%. You're looking at about an increase on the levy, about $195,000 on the levy. However, the ARPA portion could still be at 250 because that would, pick up for all of the other funding sources.
okay. And I think this gives us an opportunity from now until the council meeting. Any of us independently, of course, can do this. I am offering to look at this and come forward to the next meeting with a proposal to remedy this 195 so that it doesn't hit. And of course, anybody can react to that, but I'm committing to all of you that I will do that.
This is something that we would have by council, or what?
Yeah,
The
I'll just want
ninth, on
to take
the
some time to
ninth.
talk to staff and figure out where we can not impact services. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Alder Burnett.
Yep, thank you, Alder. I will support the motion because I think it advances the issue. I'm also concerned about, adding another 195,000 to the levy, and I'll do my part again to reduce it. I went into the budget, not entirely shocked by it. It's 1.4 million that we're increasing in taxes, which is about 2.3%, so it's quite a bit less than past years, and we are getting an additional 3.1 million from the state. We have the ARPA interest, so I'll support the motion, and I'll look forward to reducing that levy, I think, to a reasonable amount, to the point that hopefully I can support the budget when it is finally proposed.
Okay, Alder?
Yep, go ahead, Alder Galvin.
I guess I got one more math problem. What will this increase, how much will this be per thousand? How many cents?
82,000 per penny. That's the levy impact. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
82,000.
So it'd go up about 2.5 cents.
2.5 cents per thousand
Yes.
to do this? All right.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, folks, you're certainly more than welcome to stay for the rest of our deliberations. We would welcome you as guests, but I think the item for which most of you are here for has been addressed. I'm just going to give it a little second here.
Yep, you're right. Yep, so that 185 on the levy.
Jen, did you want to talk on this item? Yeah. Okay. I'll take care of it. I think yours, ARPA interest is a perfect use for yours.
Because it's not an ongoing expense.
Right, yeah. Well, with a caveat, it adds it to our expenditure restraint then for next year.
Yeah.
It's hard.
You know, we can still use ARPA interest for it and add it to expenditure restraint. We just got to make the corresponding.
I'll let you know
Yeah.
if that's okay, because that's fine.
Okay. All right, folks, we're going to keep going here. All right, item number 4. Okay, consideration with possible action regarding the 2024 budget recommendations from alderpersons. Is there anybody who wishes to speak on this item? Alder Grant, go ahead. Oh, wait, let me get your mic on. I got Mark's on yet. I'm surprised we haven't heard him breathe.
Oh my God!
Oh, you always do that, Mark. You always do that.
It's true. I've tallied. There's about 18 through this meeting.
All right, Alder Grant?
I would like to see the Red Smith Park recreational baseball field added to the budget. I have met with Director Ditchite on this multiple times. We had a neighborhood meeting on it. There was 3 different possibilities for this, and the one that staff supported the most was to do a complete sand infield due to the upkeep and maintenance being the easiest. It was the most expensive option, but this field has been has been talked about, wanted in our neighborhood for a long time. We have 700+ homes in our neighborhood, in our direct neighborhood, plus there's always growth happening in the future. So a lot of young families, a lot of kids looking for things to do at our park, and I really think this would benefit a lot of people for a small price. The association has talked and is definitely willing to do some of the upgrades, add-ons like permanent bases, applying for grants or raising money for a shed to store the materials. So yeah.
Okay. Director Ditchite, did you want to comment on that?
I would be supportive of that request, if that went through for discussion.
Okay.
Are we gonna take these individually?
I think if there are any that people want to pull out, we'll talk about them, but otherwise, no.
Are we looking for a motion on this then, or?
Yeah, I would make a motion to add this one to the budget and use, do a corresponding ARPA entry. So ARPA, it would be funded through ARPA and then would have no impact on the levy. Go ahead, Alder Grant.
I apologize, one other point I did want to make too. In one of the meetings that we had, we did have one of the athletic directors at the meeting from Red Smith, and they did say too that the girls softball team would be able to use it for practice. So with us being a school, city park, the school would benefit as well. I think that's important.
Okay. So, motion's on the floor, and Dan, I trust you'll find the right account.
I'll second that.
Yes, I will. I'll let Director Ellenbacher know which account to use.
Okay, there's a second by Galvin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Any other items within this list?
The one just above that, the new neighborhood compliance inspector added to the 2024 budget. Director Rainier Wig, has that been done, or I thought it was, no?
That's a request that's being made through our department this
Oh,
year.
for the budget, so it's on there already?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, several of these things have been added, so. But I think if Alder Weary wants to maybe press his suggestions in particular, he can probably pull them next week.
Okay.
For anything that's not included.
So we'll just leave that till then?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless you want to take them up.
Well, I guess I would just ask a question now of Director Grenier. With the move expense allocated to wheel tax back to general budget line item, have you been able to work up how much that would cost?
Roughly $285,000.
To the budget?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And for clarity's sake, Alder Galvin, that is not in the budget right now?
Right.
Yep, okay. Okay, any other items committee wishes to discuss on that? If not, I would just maybe entertain a motion to receive and place in file.
So moved.
Although we already took the one action, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what the appropriate motion is here.
Receive and place on file for all the rest?
Yeah. Yeah, works for me.
Okay.
Till the attorneys tell me no. Motion by Galvin, was there a second by Hutchinson?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 1, Common Council, page 24. And I believe this did, if I saw correctly, this did incorporate Alder Weary's recommendation for 2% adjustment. Are there any other questions on this item? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve? Second.
We have a motion by Galvin, a second by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 2, Mayor's Office, page 28. Questions? Is that, did you have your hand raised, Alder Burnett?
Yeah, I just
Go ahead.
want to make just a comment, though. I mean, we're going through these department by department, which is good, but just want to just say that, and this isn't specific to the mayor's office, so I want that known. When we go through the final budget, if we're trying to meet the budget levy limit that we just discussed earlier, like, when we get to the full budget, we're open to amendments once we can review this and look at ways that we can trim.
Yeah, maybe if I just get a point of order on that, or a point of information, I should say. Attorney Bungert, could you maybe just speak to that? Do we publish like a final item that allows us to debate the whole budget then at the end?
I believe that's how it gets reported out to council, so council can essentially go back and Personnel and Finance goes through line by line and makes a recommendation, but if council wants to pull some or all of it, they can.
Okay, so that our November 9th meeting will really just be one agenda item.
Right, it's the budget.
Okay.
Which includes all of the departmental.
Yep.
The separate departmental budgets.
Okay, that's a good question, though. Thank you. Anything else, Alder Burnett?
No, that's it.
Okay. We'll entertain a motion here.
Motion to approve? Second.
We have a motion by Galvin, second by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 3, Administrative Services, page 38 to 41.
That's the
Is that a yes, Alder
38
Burnett?
to 41 or 43. Does this go through the clerk's office?
Is clerk's budget's in this one, right? Yep,
Said
and elections,
43,
yep.
yeah.
So I think you had a question on that, right?
Yeah, thank you. I do. Perhaps Clerk Jeffries or Director Ellenbecker, just reviewing the budget. I did reach out to the office, and we did, Clerk Jeffries did offer a meeting. I just wasn't able, due to some work demands, to make that meeting. But when I look at the budget for elections, 2024 is $520,000. And I understand that there's 4 elections this coming year, whereas this last budget year, the one we're currently in, it was only 2 elections. So I can understand there's a drastic increase. But we look at the elections budget for 2022, it was $334,000 roughly. So we're looking at a very substantial increase of about $186,000 from the last year when we had 4 elections that included a congressional race, 2022. So what does that huge increase account for? If someone could answer that question.
Go to Clerk Jeffries.
Yes, thank you. So I think the comparison year is 2020, not 2022. 2022 had 2 federal elections. 2020 and 2024 have 3 federal elections. So April is not only a local election, but a federal one as well. So when you look at 2020, our salaries, and I believe you're asking about salaries, Alder Burnett?
Overall budget, it just says
So let's start with
elections.
salaries. So, salaries in 2020, if you include not only what we paid, but then also the grant dollars that we received, our expenditure for salaries in the 5003 was $428,000, using round numbers. And that actually, if you remember April, because the COVID had just happened, so April was very drastically understaffed. So compared 2020 to 2024, we're actually spending less money in salaries. I also want to say that in 2020, we relied very heavily on city staff to fill in a lot of positions, especially for in-person absentee and central count. So 2024 contemplates, the salary budget contemplates a full staffing, not only for central count for all 4 elections, but also for in-person absentee voting.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. So you will not be using city staff to the level that you've used in
Correct.
past elections?
Correct.
So when you say seasonal staff, what positions are those? Those are poll workers, inspectors, people working central count? Any other positions?
So poll workers, so election inspectors is the technical term. So people working central count are in fact poll workers. And then we have temporary workers who work in-person absentee, as well as we need help after the election, reconciling the election. I have a budget line for someone to help us for 80 hours for 3 elections. So that's also a temp worker.
80 hours for 3 elections. What would those positions be doing?
One position to help us reconcile the election. When I say reconcile the election, I mean basically take all the election documents and roll them up into WisVote, make sure everything matches, and then basically settle the election. That's what reconciling is.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. So when a person looks at this and they see a very large increase, aside from the reasons you stated, which makes sense to me, but in the last few elections, we have drastically, the city council approved this, I think it was unanimously approved, that we increased the hours for early in-person absentee voting. Is that part of your plan for the February, April, September, and November elections? Are you going to be increasing the early in-person absentee voting?
Not from 2022.
Not from 22?
No.
Okay,
So we'll use the same hours for 2022 as we did for 2024.
okay. Is there a way, and you did offer to meet with me, so I appreciate that. Is there a way to get that summarized for the entire council? I know you offered to meet with me one-on-one, but it would be a good document for all of us to have. Because when you see a very drastic increase, it's easy to speculate, especially some of the, it's a very partisan environment we're in, and some members of the public might have concern when you see a huge drastic increase that maybe won't watch this meeting. It would be easy for us to have something in writing as to how we're going to increase. So let me just back up and say it this way. $428,000 is what you budgeted for salaries in 2020, or I shouldn't say
That's what
budgeted,
we
that's how much
spent.
we spent.
Correct.
We had the grant dollars.
Mhm.
So this year,
It's 379, 376.
yeah, 376, 879. But then if you just look to just last elections before we had the grant money, 2020, when we approved that budget, which would have been 2019, line item 50003, which is seasonal salaries, that was $283,000 roughly. So you go from 2020, the last presidential election year, prior to the Zuckerberg stuff that came through COVID, we still had almost $100,000 more in seasonal salaries budgeted for this year than what we had budgeted in the 2020 election before, so the 20, so line.
Well, we did raise poll worker salaries. And so in the state of Wisconsin, our salaries are competitive.
Yeah, and that's good, and that was one of the questions I asked in that email. So what, in this budget year that we're, for 2024, what will be the rate you're going to be paying?
The
poll
same
workers?
as 2023 and 2020, late 2022. So that's $225 for an election inspector or poll worker, and then $340 for a chief inspector. I also included $80 for special voting deputies. They currently get $65 a day.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, to my question though, could you put that in writing for the council before the meeting, so we have that? Because I'm sure there are other council members that are going to question as well.
I will communicate with you about what you'd like to see, because there's a lot to discuss.
So, okay, so basically pretty basic though, is if there's a $520,000 that's budgeted for elections,
Mhm.
can you say 100,000? Well, I know Director Ellenbecker gave me that sheet, right? I get that. But specific to what things within those line items that we're gonna be budgeting, because it's a very large increase. That's why I'm asking. Of all the departments, we've had increases. This is the one that stuck out the most to me. So as a service to the people who put me in office and I represent, it would be wise for me to be able to explain to them, this particular budget department, the budget went extraordinarily high compared to the other departments in the city government.
Well, and I would also, so I can provide that information to you. I'll work with the mayor's office as well as you to put something together before next week's budget meeting. But I also want to say that this is a proper funding of elections. This is how we fund elections so that we have enough workers, so that we get elections done accurately and effectively and quickly. And it really fully compensates our poll workers for the tremendous amount of work that they do, especially for 3 federal elections next year.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. Please hear me when I say this. What I'm getting at is 2020, I'm looking just at presidential election years.
Mhm.
What was discussed in the election line of the budget. 2024 is $520,000. 2020 was $334,000. 2016 was $246,000. And 2012 was $177,000. So just 12 years, we increased the budget from $177,000 to $520,000. So I think like a reasonable person would say, what happened over a 12-year period that you have to spend $350,000 more in running elections? I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
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 Thank you.
Any other questions on this one?
I want to clarify.
Yeah.
I want to, I don't, this doesn't need to be a tense thing. Obviously, I'm kind of putting some, some very clear comments on what I'm getting at, because let's be real, there has been things that have occurred with our elections, and I want to turn the corner. This particular thing stuck out, and I want to pay poll workers. I never want to experience what we experienced in 2020, specifically the April 2020 election. So of course, we want to pay poll workers, but when there is a very drastic increase, aside from the explanation that we're paying poll workers more and we're adding additional shifts, in the past, we had some controversy a few years ago with, is the city going to be hiring voter navigators? And if they do hire voter navigators, is that part of seasonal salaries? And if we do hire those positions, how can we ensure that they're reaching every demographic equally and fairly? Those are just basic questions that I just want answered before we can approve such a large increase, because I think we all agree. We all voted unanimously for the early in-person absentee voting last election season, and I'd like to do that again, but I'd like to have a breakdown to justify the very large increase.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Okay. Director Lundbecker?
I just want to add one point. Within the clerk's budget, there is $75,000 worth of one-time spend. So that is on top of the salaries, right? So that is part of that $520,000. There's $65,000 worth of equipment, and then a one-time spend offset by grant of $10,000. So there is.
That's good, yeah. No, I appreciate that. That's helpful, so.
Okay. Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Galvin, a second by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 4, information technology and equipment replacement, pages 49 to 50. We'll take questions. If none, we'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Hutchinson, a second by Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 5, law, pages 57 to 58.
Do you have a question?
Alder Brunette.
Attorney Bunger, obviously, we have invested quite a bit in increasing staff in your department for very obvious reasons, due to the demands on your staff and some of the complex legal situations the city's involved in. Do you feel that this budget kind of gets you in a very good place this coming year? I mean, was there anything that you wanted, additional resources that were not approved, or anything that we can?
Sure. Everything that I requested in this particular budget is in the budget.
So you're one of the few departments that actually reduced your budget requests?
Right.
Which
Well,
is-
that was because just by the nature of the particular litigation that we were anticipating this year, that we set aside funds for.
Okay.
But I actually have a reduction request.
Yeah.
So there was a duplication of funds allocated to our books, maps, and subscriptions line for software, which is actually already allocated in the IT software budget request. So we would need an amendment to remove $41,763.45 from 54004.
Make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Johnson, Galvin, any discussion? The only thing I would add, Attorney Bunkert, is that was one of the items I was going to bring up as part of that 195 commitment that I was making, so I am taking that claim. But,
Sounds good.
but is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Any other questions? Did you have a motion on this one already? I don't think so.
So that was an amendment, we just approved?
Yeah, just move to approve, yeah. We got a motion by Hutchinson, second by Johnson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 6, municipal court, pages 63 to 64. Anything here? I'll move to approve.
Second.
We do have a motion by Johnson, second by Galvin. Alder Steuer has a question.
Maybe just for clarification, are we moving from that building, or is there, I thought I heard something to that effect.
The Ad hoc Facilities Committee is still working on all of our facility needs. The items that are being requested, particularly for security, within the budget, are movable. It's movable equipment. So in a hypothetical, if you did move, the equipment could go.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 7, Human Resources, pages 72 to 73. I'll operate at the pace of the first motion that comes in.
We'll be here for a while.
I don't want to rush anybody. That's my point.
Motion approved.
I know I can't.
Second.
We do have a motion by Galvin and a second by Hutchinson. Any questions or discussion? Alder Burnett.
Yeah, I do. Chief Faulds, regarding, this is awkward because it's your position, but Chief of Operations, you are under the Human Resource Department. Obviously, you're the HR leader before you became Chief of Operations. In your opinion, does it make sense for you to still be under the Human Resources table of organization? We have a Human Resource Manager at a, rather substantial salary, which is not quite to the level of a department head salary, but it's rather substantial. Is this the right department, maybe the mayor can answer this, is this the right department for you to be in? Because I know you do labor negotiations and you're very good at that. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Just real quickly, Alder Burnett, who do you want to answer that question?
Either or. Both. Both, how about that?
Who's going first?
Yeah, I don't think it's uncommon to have this type of position in human resources. I think if you look at like a chief of operations, you could have, there's multiple departments. Like you could have administrative services, you could have law. There's a lot of different ways you could have it. You could put it in the mayor's office, but I think most of the functions relate to human resources and, the operations of our employees. So I think it makes sense to keep it in HR.
Do you directly supervise any employees within the HR department?
Yeah, so I supervise the HR manager, the risk manager, and then the human resources generalist too, that does a lot of our financial work for HR, a benefits specialist, and the workplace culture specialist.
Okay. About how many hours per week are spent in the HR function versus other citywide function?
I think this position's fairly new, so I think I guess my personal opinion, I think I would like to spend more time citywide functions. But last year, we did have 2 vacancies in the HR department. So I spent a lot of time with the Equal Rights Commission, did a lot of that research, a lot of help with, we had an HR generalist too open. That worked on the finance, our finance department helped a lot with that. So I think it's probably like 2/3 HR, like 1/3 citywide.
And you're our primary labor negotiator?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Mayor, would you agree keeping in HR?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
Motion approved. Second.
I think we already had a
I think we
motion,
already
didn't
did
we?
that.
Yeah.
Who?
We already have a motion,
Oh.
so. Okay, if there's no further questions, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 8, Community and Economic Development, pages 85 to 87. Director Renier Wigg, I'll ask a couple questions here. Obviously, there's a pretty dramatic increase in the fees for short-term rental units. And I know you came to us previously, I think it might have been when Neil was still in the role, with here are the number of units using that software package that we feel are operating, and then we set the $500 fee. Do you feel that this revenue accurately reflects the number of units that will actually pay that $500 fee? Because that would be, I mean, I don't know, it's quick math, 600 units, right?
No,
Or is there more there?
So we have, according to Granicus, roughly about 600 short-term rentals. And this year, we actually did a mailing and, asked people to do the permits and do the renewals. We got about 250 responses, which is what generated that $84,000, which made it so much more than the prior years. So our hopes are with this new position, once we can jump on this, actually follow up on the other 300 that we're aware of out there and possibly find other ones that aren't registered, right?
Okay.
The revenue would pay for that position.
Yeah, and that was my follow-up question, is I assume this revenue is anticipated to have a correlating
Correct.
expense to
Yep.
that. Okay.
Along with sign permits, which is about 10,000 a year.
Okay. So that role will do more, it'll do the sign permits as well. Okay. Second question I have is, and I know this is probably one of the hardest accounts to guess every year, because at least sometimes they're rooted in fact, land sales. And, and I'm gonna placate Alder Burnett on this one a little bit, because this was a category last year that I had suggested increasing the revenue on. That was based on the direction of Director Steck Schulte and his confidence level about where things would go. Where is your confidence level on 200,000 in land sales?
I'm very confident that we can make that in land sales because we are going to really market hard our existing lots, but also our lots that are out in the industrial park, because that's where we're going to generate the revenue, is we're going to work out that way. So we're going to have a concentrated effort to do more of that manufacturing, industrial, land sale work.
Okay. I'll buy you lunch if you do it, unless that's an ethics violation. I don't know. I gotta be careful of these things. Okay. Any other questions on this one?
Motion to approve?
Second, we have a motion by Galvin, second by Johnson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 9, Police Department, pages 96 to 99. Chief, just a couple questions for you, maybe a couple comments. Particularly in the goals, there's a couple things that I highlighted here. One is continue the downward trajectory of gun violence. So that's my comment, which is congratulations, because while we still have some, it has seen a huge downward trend. So congratulations to you and your department on that hard work, and thank you. The second item was the increasing capacity in the traffic unit, and then the third item was reducing the incidence of drug overdoses, particularly related to synthetic opiates. So clearly, traffic is one of those items that continues to be a problem. We see the jokes online, which are not always funny, which is buildings versus cars. And that's happening a lot, sometimes, related to high speeds. We've seen some really tragic accidents. What I can't figure out and what I don't know, I know they're isolated incidents, but are we seeing an increase in these isolated incidents where we have individuals that are traveling at rapid rates? 100 miles an hour, right? What is your gut telling you about those situations?
Excuse me, right now, really one big problem that we have is people stealing cars and then driving recklessly around the city, and it's particularly a problem with juveniles. About half of the auto theft suspects we've arrested so far this year have been under 18. And we'll see where they'll steal a car and just drive really, really recklessly. I think that's mirrors a nationwide trend, and I think the good news for us is it's not nearly at the level as I know they struggle with in Milwaukee right now. But you'll always have outliers of just really, really excessive speeds, but my bigger worry again is just, 14 or 15-year-old kid in a stolen car that's driving 100 miles an hour and running red lights, which unfortunately we've seen.
And so directly tied to this topic, in your org chart, of course, was upgrading a lieutenant to a sergeant. Can you talk us through that a little bit, and specifically how you feel that will positively impact the way that we're handling traffic enforcement in our city?
Sure, I think one thing that will do for us is it'll give us one more person who can do traffic enforcement as a directed resource. It will also help us with just frontline supervision of the 4 traffic officers that we already have. Right now, they're supervised by someone who doesn't go out on the street. They're supervised by a lieutenant. There's nothing wrong with the individual who does that. That's just the way our organizational chart works. And so that supervisor of traffic right now also supervises a number of other things, and we want to focus the traffic supervisor on traffic. So we would want them to work with the business manager on administering traffic safety grants, making sure we staff those missions that we pay for out of grants, those kind of things, and not have to deal with all the other non-traffic related duties that a supervisor currently has to.
So right now, the lieutenant is, for lack of a better word, more of an office position, and the goal with this is that our sergeant will actually be out in the field most of the time.
Right. For example, one of that lieutenant's duties is managing our vehicle fleet in the police department. We've peeled that whole body of work off and put it somewhere else.
Yep. Okay. And then as far as the drug overdoses, obviously a topic that's really hot right now, and I know, Health and Human Services is a big county function, but could you talk to us a little bit about resources that you need at the local level with your department to help address this issue?
Sure. We have a great partnership already with the Brown County Sheriff's Office and their drug task force. What we would like to do is take a detective position and assign it there, and we've been in discussions with the Sheriff's Office about what that would look like, specifically to work overdose death cases. This is not just a law enforcement problem, but there is a specific role for police in drug overdoses, and one of the things that we've seen pay some dividends in other places is being able to do really, really good investigations when there's an overdose death, to track that back to the dealer and charge them, in some cases with homicide related to that case. That tends to have a bit of a deterrent effect on people selling fentanyl in the community. Again, that by itself isn't going to solve the whole problem, but I think there's an opportunity for us to make a little bit bigger contribution there.
Okay, and then one other question that I have, and I could have easily brought this up with Community and Economic Development too, but it seems to me that your officers in particular are a little bit more heavily engaged with some of our homeless individuals within our community. So how do you see that impacting your department in the future? Clearly, it's not a problem that's going away overnight. I know there are a lot of really good people that are working hard on this every single day, including your officers. And I'm not trying to go down this rabbit hole, right? But more so wanting to understand the impact on your department, and again, whether or not you feel like you have satisfactory resources to do the job that you're being asked to do with respect to that issue.
So our goal with respect to our part of dealing with homelessness is to work with all the different system partners and stakeholders in that space on more of a multidisciplinary approach and more of a coordinated approach. More information sharing between, because we're dealing with the same people that some of the social service agencies are dealing with, and hospital emergency rooms and all these other seemingly unrelated services. I think the more that we are able to coordinate all those pieces, and there's some work to do there, to be very honest about it, the more efficiently we'll be able to use all of those resources, including police resources.
Okay.
And one thing I would just point out, since you brought up gun violence, I'd love to take the credit for that, but I really can't. That has been the result of a lot of really hard work by all of our men and women in the Green Bay Police Department.
Yep, no question. Okay.
Chief?
Alder Galvin, go ahead.
Chief, the sergeant for the traffic unit, besides supervising, is he going to be responsible for making traffic stops?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you give us those stats, and I really like those, I don't think they're broken down to, though, how many of those stops and citations that are coming just from the traffic unit, are they?
No, I don't believe they are. I'll pull that up while we're talking.
And if not so, I hate to be a pain, but could we break it down like that? So we can see exactly what these 4 or 5 officers are gonna be doing for us as a unit?
We absolutely can.
All right. And then you said that the sergeant you want to assign to DTF, he's gonna be there specifically to be doing more investigations into overdose deaths?
That would be a detective, probably.
Right,
that
that's
would-
what I meant. Well,
Yeah,
detective sergeant.
I would, and again, a lot of this is dependent on whether we're able to work out the business part of this arrangement with the Brown County Sheriff's Office, but we approached them a while back and offered to add either an officer to do investigations, or, I have a detective right now who specializes in a lot of this work. So one option might be that he participates on an ad hoc basis in the task force, or we assign somebody over there, but that's at least our goal and the commitment that we've made to the sheriff, that if that works for them, we would be happy to assign another person over there.
So are you looking for a permanent position, or he just gets called out when there's a death?
My preference would be that it would be a permanent position. The sheriff's office had a plan that they were working on, and I believe it made it through the county's budget process the other day to add officers to the drug task force who would focus on these overdose death investigations, and so what we offered to do was add someone to that as well.
And how many officers do we have right now assigned to DTF?
We have 3 officer positions over there and a lieutenant, so we have one of the supervisory positions, 3 officers, 2 of which are revenue back that DTF and the sheriff's office reimburses us for.
For 2 of them, right?
Correct.
Do we still have someone assigned to DEA?
I believe the way that works is the drug task force has people who participate in the DEA task force. I know that there is a lot of coordination that goes on between DEA and drug task force.
All right, thank you so much.
You bet.
Alder Hutchinson.
Hi, Chief. I noticed on line 54031, guns and ammunition, we're increasing by 50% guns and ammunition purchase. Is there a reason for that, or is it just time to get new guns?
So it is a combination of things. I'm gonna get to that. That's 54031. There's a few things that led to that. First of all, I have identified a pretty serious need to improve our firearms training program. I'm a big believer that especially in an urban area, that's one of the most important things that we do, and that's not just physical skills, right? That's also policy application in very difficult circumstances in very short times. And the way you do that is through more practice. And so that's part of the driver of this. We have also identified an issue with our .223 ammo for patrol rifles. We're using ammunition that we don't believe is appropriate for the environment that we're in, and so that's $35,000 worth of replacement for that. And then another big driver of that is some needs in the SWAT team, and then for the mobile response team that we're in the process of building. That's a public order policing resource that's able to deal with the whole spectrum of public order events from, what 98% of them are traffic direction and officers in a crowd, all the way up to, if we ran into civil unrest. And that's a capability that we do not currently have, and so there are some munition needs in that program that we would need. That would be a one-time expense there, and then replacements as things expire over time.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Yep, Alder
Just a
Steuer.
point of order. When somebody talks to an agenda item, can you just call out the number? Like if you're looking at something, a lot of times we don't see it right away.
The line item.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna be snarky. I mean, like the agenda item I announced when I. The line item, yes, Alder Steuer. Yes.
Call it out, that would be helpful.
Noted. Alder Eck, if you could please announce your page and line item.
Okay, well, which page? It says 4 and 99, but, let's see, line item 54036, says page 990. At the bottom, page 4. I just noticed a significant difference in the emergency response. Wondered if you could, I guess, clarify the huge jump in the number between, well, 2022, 2023 to 2024 being so much higher.
Sure. So our SWAT, or Special Weapons and Tactics Team, is the unit that we send to deal with the most emergent situations that we deal with. Things like barricaded people in houses, high-risk search warrant services. It's been a while, fortunately, since we've had a hostage rescue situation in the city. They also have a pretty significant role to play that I don't, I'd be more comfortable getting into one-on-one in terms of just securing events and things like that. So what drives this is two things. One, just in looking at this over the last couple of years, I don't believe that we've ever really budgeted adequately for a SWAT team. And we really don't have the option, because of where we are geographically, of not running our own SWAT team. We really have too much work to reasonably rely on another agency, so we have to provide the service ourselves. That's one of the highest risk, highest liability things that we do, and it's very important to me that we make sure those people, when we really, really need them, are not just adequately, but are trained the best that we can possibly train them. The other thing that's driving this is there's a group called the National Tactical Officers Association, which is kind of the standard for tactical teams nationwide. There's nothing yet, although I can see a time in the not too distant future where we are going to be required to meet the NTOA standards for tactical teams in order to even operate one. But it's a very good idea. These are generally the expert witnesses who get called to court, for example, if there's a lawsuit involving your tactical team. And so it's in the city's interests to meet their standards, and they have recently undergone a wholesale evolution of standards for tactical teams nationally. One of our own sergeants who's on our team actually is a member of NTOA and participated in that process. But what that comes with is some larger training obligations that we have to run what is called a Tier 2 team, which is appropriate for our city. And we have to add 3 members to that team, because there are rules now in the NTOA standards for how many people you have to have on one of these teams, and that's related to the best practices for what it takes to accomplish a SWAT mission. So some of this is one-time expense. This new SWAT operator equipment is a one-time expense to outfit 3 additional members on the SWAT team, and then the rest of it is just tied to tightening up our training a little bit for that unit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion by Galvin, a second by Hutchison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 10, Fire Department. We'll take these up one at a time. General Fund, pages 108 to 111. Alder Burnett.
Chief, not just a general higher level discussion prior to you coming on board. There was a very lengthy discussion, eventually a vote of this council to approve the addition of 7 firefighters, with the understanding that it would reduce overtime. Like, in other words, it would be a good fiscal decision. And we understand that there's still some overtime challenges even with the additional firefighters. And so this might be a question for Chief Faltz too, but can you give us an overview of, like, make us feel good about that decision?
Sure.
Basically.
So in 2023, certainly we did have an increase in overtime, but you also please note the other line item for our our salaries was significantly decreased to what our actual looked like. So we're down over 600,000, or almost $600,000 is estimated at the end of the year. So, you know, we did see an increase in overtime. Again, we had a lot of people that we hired. We had a significant retirement in end of 2022. We hired a considerable number of people this year, and just getting all those people online, with the last 7 just recently, within the last few days, we saw a pretty significant increase in the overtime, but again, we realized some savings on our salary side too. So I think moving forward, I think, you know, like I said, that puts us in a really good position.
You touched on this earlier, but are you fully staffed?
Correct.
with
Now
the
we
fire
are fully
department?
staffed, yes.
All right. Maybe from your perspective as a chief from outside our community, or someone in the fire service outside our community before you came here, are the types of calls that our firefighters and paramedics go to typical of other municipalities? Like, is there any calls that you see more, like our personnel's going to that maybe other departments throughout the country do not go on?
You know, we certainly have some unique challenges here. I mean, some of the great benefits of our community are also pose some unique challenges with, you know, various large-scale events, with our marine and shipboard firefighting, with our search and rescue efforts that we do. So, you know, those are some of those unique challenges. And again, those are those high-risk, low-frequency events also that we're participated in. And that's, you know, with the training that's involved in all those, you know, whether it's urban search and rescue, whether it's, like I said, our drone team, whether it's our marine and shipboard firefighting or hazardous materials response team, these are a lot of challenges. We do receive some state funding for some of those teams, but certainly there's some costs for us, and again, for our unique hazards that we have here in our community too.
So as our city gets bigger, increase the population, we're gonna probably get taller, meaning buildings
Sure.
higher to accommodate some of the population growth. Is there any concern you have, like, in the, again, not particular to this budget, but anything we should be aware of, like special equipment or training that your personnel is going to be needing to do fire rescue in higher, you know, altitude buildings?
Sure. You know, our ladder trucks everything that's been proposed, our ladder trucks will provide good coverage. You know, we do train in high-rise fires. We treat some buildings, even though they may be 5 stories, we still use the same exact tactics. You know, so our personnel are trained for those types of responses. You know, as we look forward to the future, you know, as population grows and some of the density increases, that does lead to more firefighters responding to those types of incidents, just because of the magnitude of them, the equipment that has to go up to the higher buildings. You know, all of those pieces do factor into that. So, you know, at this point, there's nothing that would be a driver, but as we move forward and as buildings get taller, certainly that's something we'll look at too. It's just the additional equipment necessary to fight and combat those fires at higher altitudes, and then the personnel needs that needs to be in place to deal with those issues.
Final question, this is more of a CIP, long-term needs, but Station 1 and 3?
Correct.
Are they okay to take us down the road another year? I mean,
That's a whole other conversation,
Okay.
yes. You know, certainly, you know, I've been here less than a year right now. So, you know, what I've seen is, you know, our stations are, many of them need work. Station 1 and 3 are in significant needs of replacement or significant updates. You know, it's something we're working through. We're working hard to find some new facilities, you know, find land and move forward with something. But, you know, we're pretty good at making do, but that's something I would like to see happen sooner than later.
seems like we have a lot of money in ARPA interest for a lot of other things. Maybe you have enough there to,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
joking.
It's,
but-
like I said, you know, Station
I'm
1
I'm
is,
joking.
you know, is
Yeah.
very difficult. And welcome many tours to see it too. We've started doing that with some of the other alders. But just showing what that facility is, you have to go through a couple different offices to get to someone's office, and just, it's a 100-year-old structure, and certainly outlived its lifespan.
We're here too long for me to crack that joke. My apologies. No one laughed. So regarding that, though, anything major, like in contingency, that if something does happen to one of those stations, because we toured that Alder Grant and Eck facilitated, the opening to the garage for Station 3.
Station 3, correct?
Yeah, that, we're told that, and the floor is so unstable that if there's a implosion or if the higher ceiling, I don't know, you know how to give it a, I mean, is there any concern that if something major breaks down in that building, that we have any resources to do a quick fix to make it operational?
It depends, right? It just depends on if it's a significant structural issue that really puts us in a jam. But again, that's a station where we had to custom design a vehicle and actually move some components to make it fit into that facility. So, if it's major structural, that might be something that's way outside of our scope. But at this point, we're not trying to invest a lot of money into that building.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions on general fund? Oh, Mayor.
Just real quick on overtime utilization, not specific to fire, but probably involving fire, DPW, and PD. I mentioned this to Alder Johnson, but just so the rest of the committee is aware, our plan is to take kind of an update on OT usage to the Finance Committee on a more periodic basis, so sort of on a quarterly basis, we'll be bringing it, just so that folks are aware of where things stand and just as a way to be a little bit more transparent about utilization. And then just more of a general comment, I hope the Taxpayers Alliance is tuning in tonight to listen to how frugal this organization has been in recent days and going back years with respect to equipment needs at DPW and at fire and just the pinch that we've been under. But that was a joke that also didn't get a laugh. So.
We're just not, everyone's in a joking mood. They're good jokes.
Yeah, I thought so.
I think they were.
You guys come off so seriously. People don't know
That's true.
if it's.
That's a good point, yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch? You got any questions? See, now that joke hits. There you go. Yeah. So we're just on the general fund item right now.
Yeah, so motion to approve?
Got a motion by Galvin, second by Burnett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Alloway, pages 112 to 113. Any questions? I just got one, Chief, and this is, of course, me not recollecting all of the specific details about our agreement, but when we look at things like office supplies or, equipment and some other random, all these other random expenses that quite frankly add up to be quite a bit on our general fund, is that embedded into the agreement? Is it billed back? How does that work?
There is some of those purchases are included in there. So certainly this is designed to be, that cost neutral to making sure our costs are covered and those costs are included in there.
Okay, so even though I'm not necessarily seeing them as a line item within the Alloway or the Bellevue budget, it's being accounted for somewhere, somehow.
Correct.
I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
Green Bay taxpayers aren't funding that.
Correct, you're correct.
It could be the counter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Any other questions?
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Hutchinson and a second by Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Bellevue, pages 189 to 190.
Oh, that's a skip.
Is that right? I don't know. Yeah, that seems, I don't know, I'm just reading the agenda, guys. Don't come at me, man. How come Alloway's not in the special revenue section? Okay, do you like fielding questions about when we get into the day-to-day details of what you do? Okay, any questions on Bellevue? Jokes just aren't hitting, folks. We have a motion by Galvin, I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 11, Department of Public Works, which includes engineering, operations, traffic, and equipment replacement, pages 120 to 124. Anyone? Somebody, please. Throw up a
I guess I
question
have
for
a-
Steve. He looks interested.
Okay.
Do you mind if I go to Alder Eck there?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. Eck is Campbell.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand, obviously it says 0 for 2024, but the seasonal salaries. Oh, sorry, 50003.
Which page?
Oh.
121.
121, or 2, if you wanna say.
No.
No,
For real.
it says page 2 right there.
I know.
On 121. And then it's 5, sorry, you gotta go back to it, 50003. It's a reduction, but I just wanted, I was just trying to kinda ask.
Those expenses are actually paid out of the construction fund now.
Oh, okay.
They're project costs, so they're applied to the project.
Well, that was easy.
Yeah. Well, at least I asked
Yeah.
you something. Thank you.
Alder Hutchinson?
I saw a reduction in the gas, oil, and lube. Is that just based on the price of gas, oil, and lube?
No, what we were able to determine was during preparation of the budget, we had been over budgeting that. The fuel system is under DPW's control, and what we had been doing is budgeting the entire city's amount under our line item. In consultation with Director Ellenbecker, we actually wound up chiseling down into it, and we've allocated that off to different departments. So what you see here in the budget for 2024 represents our needs. Police and fire have a corresponding line item in theirs, fire has a line item in theirs, and so on.
Okay, so it's allocated.
It's allocated to the departments as opposed to being completely on our budget.
Okay, and that's item number 54010.
Right. Okay. Alder Burnett.
Director Grenier, I'm looking at your budget from 2019 to 2022, and like I said.
Page are you on?
Page 11. So, just the front page, where it looks at your budget, I mentioned this earlier when the Public Works employees were here, is you go from around, your budget is incredible, and it's like $17.7 million it's about between 17 and 18 million dollars for a 4-year period of time, and then it increased 2 million last year, and then another 800 or so thousand dollars. So, this proves that you've been very prudent with the resources the council allocated. Somehow you make your department work, but we heard today that some of the issues that can't be hidden anymore, not that you were hiding them, but maybe it's more apparent to the council the need to pay some of these positions more. So similar to the question I asked Clerk Jeffries, not that I'm disagreeing or disapproving of the increase, but what would you say from 2022 till now, you increased the budget about $2.5 million. What would that kind of account for? Like, what's the trend? Is this going to continue as we confront some of the issues?
I don't think it's going to be as aggressive, but yes, I do see it happening. A large portion of this is related to our sanitation disposal fees. In prior years, prior to 2020, 2021, we were getting revenue off of the sale of recyclables. It's now costing us the same amount to dispose of the recyclables as it does to dispose of garbage. And with Brown County opening the new Brown County South landfill, we knew that tipping fees were going to be going up. They originally projected that tipping fees would go up $8 a ton, which is a very significant increase. That's probably in the neighborhood of 15 to 18% in 1 year. Now, they were able to have a rate stabilization fund that we had been paying into, as had all municipalities. So we've been able to temper that over the course of 4 years. We're in the second to 4 years. And once that happens, once that rate stabilization fund is depleted, then we're gonna be at the mercy of the consumer price index and other factors that Brown County control. So a combination of that and
The wages.
wages like everybody else.
Okay.
Electricity, streetlight electricity has gone from approximately 1.3 to 1.8 million dollars a year, just with the cost of energy going up. So we've got some things that are kind of unique that other departments don't have to face, that outside factors kind of dictate to us.
Okay, thanks, Director.
You're welcome.
Okay. Do we need to revisit the law department budget, or are you gonna share that, Candy? I'm teasing. Alder Galvin was getting hangry, so I just, I was fighting for him. Okay, what's that? No. Not after dark.
Kinda like the movie
Not after midnight, yeah. Anyway, any other questions on Public Works?
Second.
We have a motion by Galvin and a second by Burnett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 12, Parks, Recreation, and Forestry and Equipment Replacement, pages 139 to 143. Alder Burnett is like front row here, excited to talk.
I am, Wood Energy. So Director Ditchite, we haven't had a chance to connect on the addition of a position, Recreation Supervisor. What's the position you're adding?
The recreation coordinator position, which is an entry-level position in our recreation department.
Yeah, could you just sort of walk us through that? Because, when you see some of the issues we're dealing with in the city, we need to promote our recreational facilities and get people active in our parks, whether it be adults or children. Could you kind of talk to us on the importance of that position and what you plan to do with it?
Yeah, so there's several items that come into play when we look at this position and the need for it. One thing that a lot of people don't understand is for all the seasonal employees, most of the HR duties as it relates to hiring those positions and supervising them.
Oh.
Okay. I'll start over in case you didn't hear. As part of the seasonal positions, many people don't realize that a lot of the HR duties as it relates to the seasonal positions falls on the Department of Parks and Recreation to do those HR duties. So that's recruiting, that's interviewing, that's supervising, that's, other items, pay review, timesheet review. And what we're finding is it's becoming harder and harder to do that with the staff we have. So we have a lot more applicants that we have to review. We have a lot more turnover during the year. So a lot of people start the job and they just move on to something else, and then we have to hire somebody else. And especially in pools, most importantly, that's where we're seeing it the most. And so what we did a few years ago is we hired a part-time recreation coordinator to assist with pools. We found that that helped out a lot in the past year with that seasonal position, but there's other things that are coming into play in this discussion too, which is why we're proposing to turn it from a part-time position to a full-time. And so what else is happening is we're adding a lot of new amenities to our Parks Department. So next year, we're gonna be renovating Light Memorial Park and adding a permanent stage there. We're also completing construction on the shipyard. Also, we're building JBS, which will have a community building in it. Those three parks in themselves, there's a big desire to really create those as vibrant, active spaces, which is going to take programming in order to do that. And with our current staff levels and our HR duties, it's difficult to do it. Now, I will tell you that with Shipyard, with Light Park and with JBS, the thought process is other entities are gonna do the majority of the programming for those parks. But there still has to be city coordination. We have to give them approval. We have to review what they're doing. We'll have contracts to sign. There's a lot of legwork that goes behind it, even if we're not doing the programming ourselves. And somebody has to do all of that review. And then we also have items like Triangle Hill. So with the new snowmaking equipment, we're gonna be open much more than we have been in the past with our ski and tubing hill. So this position will help supervise the seasonal staff to create that more of a more full-time open facility versus just occasionally open. And then items like, we just built the bike skills course. We would like to program that. And right now, Bear Creek Preservation Foundation is doing some of that programming, but we will be doing some of the programming jointly with them. So it's a lot of new facilities we're adding in a very short time. And our concern is we end up with something like what Light Park has been, where it just isn't very active. It's empty most of the time. And we're concerned that with all of these new attractions, without adding recreation staff to program it, that's what we're gonna end up with.
Okay, makes complete sense. Thank you. One question for Chair or, I don't know, Attorney Bungart. The 5,000 that we approved for all their grants requests, should that be added to this as an amendment, or is that approved?
I think that's approved. I was trusting that staff would allocate it to the right account.
All right, that's right. Yeah, it was a special. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I do have one amendment that I'd like to make. And this is by way of Alder Weary. And so we had communicated through email, and then Director Ditchite and I chatted about it today. And so our seasonal salaries, they're not subject to the COLA increases that we do. And so what is, as you may recall, kind of fell behind a lot on seasonal salaries, and we needed to make an adjustment that was pretty substantial. And so would like to propose, and there's two funds for this. One is seasonal salaries within parks. The other is seasonal salaries within the Bay Beach Special Fund. So that what I'm bringing up right now is going to be specifically to the parks budget, right? Bay Beach is under special fund. Is that right, Dan?
That's correct.
Yeah, so, which would be a 2% COLA increase on seasonal salaries, which is, Dan, do you have the exact number? I think it's around 30,000-ish.
So to the park seasonal salary line item, you would add $31,508 for a 2% increase.
Yep, and then my source for that is, and I'm actually, here's how I'm gonna do this. I'd like to do a corresponding amendment with that. Well, I'm gonna need your help on this. Can I do that? Can I reduce an account in a different area?
Which account?
Contingency.
Yes, they would have the same net effect.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure procedurally we're in alignment. So, yeah, so I will reduce contingency by that equal amount. So that's 31,000, Dan, you got that number again?
508.
Yep, so that is an actual motion that I am submitting. Yeah, is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so we got a second by Alder Burnett, and then I'll go to Alder Eck.
Okay, so I just, I'm looking at, on page 140, under 50003, seasonal salaries. So there is an increase on the budget, for 2024. Was that part of it?
I'm going to let Director Ditchite speak to the details of that.
Okay.
So currently in the proposed budget as written, there is no cost of living increase raise for seasonal salaries. That's why you'll see that there's very little change from the 2023 budget to the 2024 budget.
Okay, I was looking at the projection, sorry.
Yep, and real quickly, folks, I'm going to further clarify this because I made the motion, just left it hang there. You know, I think part of this is trying to address this on an annual basis, right? So that we don't end up 5 years down the road and like, oh my gosh, we're $1 an hour behind again. So I think this, if we make this commitment to address this every year, we don't end up in that situation. But secondarily, and the reason why I am attaching this to contingency, we have been inching contingency up over the last few years, about 50,000, I think, a year. After talking with Director Ellenbecker, there's not a driving need to have it at 300,000. It's just part of that practice where we've been trying to increase it to be more in alignment with where it ought to be for a budget or size. So this doesn't create a bad circumstance for us around that. So I just, you know, and of course, if anybody wants to get Director Ellenbecker's direct opinion on that, you're more than welcome to. But this was a conversation I did have with her. She felt, again, I don't want to speak for her, but she felt comfortable with that move.
And what was the motion again? How much percentage?
2%, so 31,000-ish. Alder Steuer.
Thank you, Chair. Director Ditchite, in your estimation, are we, you know, I know we went over this quite a bit over the last couple of years with seasonal employees and other communities paying more and all that type of thing. How comfortable are we right now with maybe the number of employees that we had last year and maybe projected this year? Do you feel like this 2% would be very nice for them, but what's your overall take on the position we're at with the number of seasonal people that we have and hopefully will continue to have?
So my response to that is, this year we were very competitive. So we filled most of our seasonal positions across the board between all of our different divisions. Do I think we need to have the 2% in order to fill up next year? That I can't answer. I do know other communities are looking at cost of living increases for their seasonal positions or large jumps to be competitive even with where we were at this year. What my concern is if we don't do a pay raise a little bit at a time, then like Alder Johnson mentioned, 5 years from now, if we don't do a single pay raise for 5 years, we're gonna be kind of in the same boat we were at last year, where you're gonna have to do a very big increase to be competitive. So long story short, do I think we're gonna need it to be competitive next year? I don't think so. I think we'll be fine, but if we don't take these small steps each year, we're gonna be hurting a few years down the road.
That's good. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Alder Galvin first, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Director the park, the Parky program, we're down to 16 parks.
Correct.
Would you expand that if you could get more employees?
You know, that would be to the discretion of the city council. Obviously, we downsized it initially because we just couldn't find enough staff to staff 32 sites, which is what we had originally budgeted.
Right.
I will tell you that last year, or this year, it was last minute before we filled up our 16th site. So I would say it's gonna be difficult even next year to do considerably more, because it was literally, I think, the week before playground program opened, before we filled the last playground site.
And these are mostly college age?
For the majority of
people?
them, yes.
Were we able to work out anything with St. Norbert's or UWGB to see if they could offer like credits?
I don't know, I mean, we might have had some preliminary discussions, but nothing really panned out
It didn't go
from
anywhere?
that, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Oh, wait, also, there was a shortage of seasonal employees in park maintenance, wasn't there?
Park maintenance was pretty close. I think we were fairly full. I mean, we might have been like one short, but it wasn't. Where we were short with the seasonals was our night staff. That's really where we struggled to find seasonal
At night?
positions. Yeah, the evening shifts
Okay.
to lock and unlock the shelters. That's really where we struggled. So I would say out of all of our seasonal positions, that's where we struggled the most with filling.
Okay.
And I don't think we were really 100% full, especially with our night seasonals.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And then just one or two other points of clarification. So The 2% increase that we talked about proposing to add to the park budget, there are other seasonal positions throughout the city, like Public Works has some seasonal positions. So if you want to do it across the board, you might have to revisit their budget and do a 2% for their seasonals. And you've already mentioned that when we get to the Bay Beach budget, we'll have to address it in that budget also.
So do we have to do that department by department? Or can we just do all seasonal employees?
Okay, so I didn't realize that, so that's information yeah, let's talk about that. So, Director Ellenbecker?
Yes, and that's what I was gonna ask, whether or not this would be across all seasonals. It's really, when I looked at seasonal salaries for all the other departments, like tax collectors, tax collection, Muni Court has some, we have some in sanitary storm parking, of course, Bay Beach, and then there's a few other places. I don't think any of them are large dollars, like I think if we were to do a 2% for the tax collections, $314, you know, $220 here, $50 here, so they're pretty small if when you're only adding 2%. So I just want, I don't know if that's easier to go back, I don't have the dollars in front of me, we would have to go back and calculate that before next meeting.
Yeah,
But I just want to let you know the dollars impact are very, very relatively small, but I think if you're going to do it for one department, I wonder if you should do it for all seasonals.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't realize all these other departments had them too, but Steve, is yours big?
My entire seasonal salary budget's only about 55,000.
Oh, that's
So
not
we're
bad.
talking
Yeah.
about $1,100.
Okay.
I wouldn't do a budget amendment for that. I'll find that money somewhere.
Okay,
His is actually at a capital fund, and his is not in the general fund. So
Yep.
he would be
But we
pulling
have
his
to
from,
modify the capital fund.
correct.
And for that 401 fund, we're talking about expenditures and, you know,
Right.
gross receipts in that fund of $11 million a year.
Okay.
To do an $1,100 budget amendment?
yeah, so the rest of these are relatively small.
With the ones you're concerned about, yeah, which ones would affect levy? That one,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that one doesn't actually affect the levy. The rest of these are relatively, very small. There are some sanitary and storm and parking, and like I said, they would have to change their revenue and expenses, to.
Okay, so Attorney Bungert, will you let me just make that amendment now?
Yes.
Thank you. So recognizing that those are small amounts, it'd be nice if I had the amounts, but you're thinking it's like 1,000, 2,000, something like that?
For other levy funds, I would say it's $1,000.
Yeah, so let's do that, I mean, I don't know, can I just say that's my motion?
Yes, that's fine. The entire budget, even though you're going department to department, is on the table. So you can make that change retroactively and have it
Yeah.
allocated that way.
Okay, so that was my motion from the beginning, everybody knows that. And we'll just, and of course, just still the corresponding contingency would be the way that I proposed that from the very beginning. And that was what Alder Galvin, I think, seconded from the beginning,
Yes.
right? Yeah. Or no, I think Alder
No,
Burnett
yeah.
did,
I
yeah.
forgot, it was so long
Just
ago.
vote on that. That's your intention. That's the change that you're looking for. You don't have to go back and change anything, just that is what you want.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll make that motion, that's what I want. That's a very clear and distinct motion. That the 2% would apply to all seasonal salaries. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, and then we're back to the main amended motion.
So I just have some questions for the director on some of the items. that you
Something
listed.
different.
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a vote then, unless there's further discussion or questions on the motion that was originally placed before us. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, Alder Galvin.
Director, the bathroom locks program, a subject near and dear to my heart. How's that working out so far?
Had a few struggles the first week or two, but we worked through those, and the shelters that we put them in seem to be doing well. And so we do have some money in our 2024 budget allocated to do more. I believe it's $10,000 allocated in our budget, but I can confirm that for you. And what our goal here is just to just have a kind of a standing line item year to year, where every year we'll do a couple more shelters versus a lump sum of $100,000 at one time.
How many locks can we install? How many parks, or how many buildings can we, what does a building cost
I
us?
believe it's $5,000 a building.
Holy cow. I was gonna give you a list of my favorite dog walking parks, but.
So
apparently
we'll
we're
be
not
able
gonna
to
get
do
there.
2 shelters with the $10,000.
All right.
I can tell you in a minute. I mean, it's not, you're not gonna see it as a line item, but I can tell you what it is. It is. I'll have to get back to you on that.
All right. And I just want to kind of compliment you, like, we heard, I don't know how many hours ago, when Mark got up and was talking about some of the departments, and he pointed out parks is kind of overlooked. And I've got to admit, as I've gotten older and gotten more involved with the parks program, we do have a jewel in this city with our parks, and I think we kind of overlook that, for the fire department, the police department, getting the snow done, the garbage, but, the 4K program, the Conservation Corps, Baird's Creek, the pools, you doubled the amount of passes at the pools this year, which is good to see. I just think we have a lot going for us. You look at the amount of items that you guys are running, and I just want to compliment you that, understanding the restraints that you work under, and along with everyone else. But I think you guys kind of get looked over a couple times, somewhat, to a certain extent. And I've got a grandson at the 4K program, and picking him up from there, although I don't know how he filled his rubber boots with water, and I had to empty them out in the car, but literally pour them out like a bucket. But it's a great program, and I just think we've got a lot here. And the more that we can get that information out there to let the citizens really know what's available out. I mean, I don't know how you put out this much stuff so that everyone can see it and get themselves involved with it. But I think we're doing really well. I know there's always room for improvement, but, you can tell your staff that I'm impressed. That is amazing.
And just to clarify, that line item, or that budget is in line item 55201, building repairs.
Okay, nice comments, Alder LaFave.
Wow, you're on a roll tonight. You feel better, Mark? He's spreading it around?
Oh, she likes to go on the tangents. Yep. Okay, any other questions? Yep, Alder Grant.
On page 139, line item 46735, the non-resident fees. I can see in 2022 and 2023, we were right around 40,000. Is there a reason we're only projecting 6,000? I see projected was low last year too, but if we're consistently in the 40s, is there a reason we're going so low?
So what I would say is, the 3 line items, right there at 46, 734, 735, and 737, resident fees, non-resident fees, and admissions, they all change pretty dramatically, but if you total them all up, they're fairly equal. So it's just our accounting system is a little bit different than how we've accounted for it in the past, but they all balance out.
Okay, thanks.
Nice catch. Okay, anything else? We got a motion by Brunette to approve.
Second.
Second by Galvin. All those in favor, or excuse me, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 13, miscellaneous, page 148. Anything here, folks?
Nothing.
Oh, Director Ellen Becker.
Just a reminder that the contingency is in this bucket. So as we made the change in number 12, I just want to note that the contingency would also now be reduced by 32,508. And that is on page and line
148,
I'm not there.
59001.
148, and it's Item number 59001, currently at 300,000, we're gonna reduce it by 32,508.
Okay. Noted.
31,508 plus $1,000 for all other departments is now 32,508.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Bill's getting hangry, guys. I'm telling you, if I would have done the over-under bet on this, I would have lost big time. So, all right. Do we have a motion?
Motion approved.
Second.
Galvin, seconded by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 14, special revenue funds, page 164 to 191. Dan, this is what Bay Beach is, right?
Yes.
Somewhere in here? I would make a motion to amend seasonal salaries as well to allow for a 2% COLA.
Second.
There's a second by Galvin, and just I'll explain that a little bit, that this would not be levy impacted. This is a special fund, so it just means that the net income for Bay Beach could conceivably go down a little bit, but it's not levy, so we don't need a corresponding reduction on that. Director Ellenbecker.
Special revenue funds also would include 201 is sanitary, 202 is parking, 205 is storm, Bay Beach is 214, and so you would have that same, probably the same assumption you just mentioned for the 2% increase.
Oh, yeah, and Director Grenier, you said those weren't significant for you?
Correct.
That you would find a spot for that?
Correct.
But do we still need to take action on it to at least,
I apologize, my note here is when we change the 1% starting January 1st through the whole year, it is also going to affect every one of these departments also, on the performance plan.
even on the seasonal salaries?
No, I apologize, I'm mixing two, when you were looking, I apologize, for the 2% salary, seasonal, we'll move on. There's some additional changes in the number 14.
Okay, yeah, I'm only looking at seasonal right now.
Yep, I apologize for that.
Okay. So, okay, there is a motion and a second. Is there any discussions, more questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Any other items on special revenue funds? Okay, entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve as amended by Galvin, a second by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. 15, debt service fund, page 193 to 195. Alder Steuer,
Thank you,
it's
Chair.
nice to see you again.
Yeah, it is nice to be seen. And I'm not gonna breathe loud.
Ham is for dinner,
Got me
Mark, ham.
self-conscious. Director Ellenbecker, I appreciate you answering some of the questions that I had for you recently, and we're just talking about total debt by local governments. You know, it's gone up quite a bit since 2020. And you mentioned in terms of percentage of budget and monies owed, our total outstanding debt is $216,994,771. That's on page 19 of the 2024 proposed budget book. Our general levy debt is 7.6% of total, which is the lowest in many years. So, you know, I think a lot of times when we look at debt, we can have so much debt, so much in our overall financial workings here. And I'm just wondering if you feel we're pretty good with what I just stated about that 7.6%. And what we do owe. If you can just make some comments to that.
Okay, some of the direct questions that you had asked me is the percentage versus prior years. And so as, the 7.6% is actually, as a percent of total levy, is actually down compared to where we have been in previous years. And also the amount of total debt that is, I remember, I just wanna make sure the questions that you had asked.
Do you want to jump down here?
Nope, I have them, thank you. So overall, the total debt outstanding continues to grow, but as a percentage of levy, as a percentage of equalized value, that continues to drop. State limit says that we can go up to 5% of your equalized. We are currently at about less than 2.5%, or about 38% of where that, state limit allows us at this time.
I think, just for clarification purposes, I appreciate that.
Okay. I don't care what Grant says. I think you ask good questions.
Did you say-
What? I didn't say anything. You're right next to me.
All right, anything else, folks?
Move to approve.
We have a motion by Hutchinson. Second by Burnett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 16, capital project funds, pages 197 to 241. Is that a motion, Galvin?
Yeah, that's a motion to approve.
All right.
Second.
Motion by Galvin, second by Burnett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item 17, internal service funds, pages 256 to 258.
$259, it looks like it starts on, should be.
Yep.
Typo in the agenda.
Did you notice, Alders, that we have the page numbers of our books also matching the electronic version this year? So we're not looking,
Oh.
not referencing
Very well
every
done.
single
That
page.
was noticed.
As Lady Gaga would say, Diana is here for the applause.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Galvin
Second.
and a second by Hutchinson. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. On the home stretch. G1, Enterprise Transit, which is informational. Does anybody need information? Alder Burnett. No, Alder Burnett's getting this one.
Yeah, I have a question for the director. Just for like, kind of a big picture view of your particular budget, because you're an enterprise fund, I think there's a partial support of your budget, maybe like 20% from the city, is that correct? 19%. So when you are an enterprise fund, there are certain decisions that are made that are kind of outside of the council's authority, right? It's fully, so what's your governing board? Transit Commission. So just for the sake of just understanding, and I don't disagree with the decision, I think it was a good one, but when situations occurred, like when the fare was reduced this last spring, I think it was pretty substantial and it's very helpful to our citizens who need it. How are because when you look at the budget for the transit and some of the needs that you have, including equipment and hiring additional staff, how are decisions like that made? Like, again, not disagreeing with it, but just for my sake of understanding, when you just said that there are certain things that the transit department needs, how do you balance those? Does that get proposed to the Transit Commission, and who proposes that, you or a member? Or just fill us in on that.
Combination of all of the above, actually. We have pretty specific capital plans that are required of us by the Federal Transit Administration. So that is, you know, we have what is called a TAM plan, which is a transit asset management plan that has to be updated on an annual basis. There are requirements in there on age of all of our equipment, facilities, and once they hit a certain threshold is when they get on that list to be replaced. And we replace those items and things like that based on grant dollars. I'm sure you all probably noticed, we don't typically come to city council for capital purchases. We typically have been successful with retaining federal dollars for all of that. Just the 20% local share, and we're usually able to figure that out with all the municipality portions that we receive. But everything does go through the Transit Commission. So it'll be a combination of things, as well as We work with Brown County Planning. They serve as our MPO, which is our Metropolitan Planning Organization. And so they do something on we have to prepare annual TIP, which is what it's called, and it's all of our transit improvement plans. Those all have to be on there in order for us to replace any capital dollar items over $10,000. They go through a state process and a federal process, coming back to the Transit Commission for final approval.
So the reduced fare this year, I think, was activated in March.
Correct, by the
And
Transit
it
Commission.
expires by not July, soon, right, I think?
December 31st.
So how is that decision or that discussion initiated?
Through Transit Commission. So that comes through different discussions that we have with dollars that are available, what dollars we, where we can utilize those, whether we can use them for operating or, capital items, and then that is discussed at the Transit Commission, and that is who takes that action.
But who initiated that for discussion of
Staff.
particular, so you?
That is
okay.
correct.
All right, that's all, thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so with that, I just want to take a moment to thank all the staff. I know you guys work really hard on this. This is another night away from your families. And we signed up to endure this punishment, but you're compelled to be here. So thank you for that commitment and sacrifice. We really do appreciate it, so. Okay?
Move to adjourn?
What's? Dang it, Steve, you're always so good at that. We did hold consideration with possible action on the request for 2024 new positions reclassifications. Recommendation discussed during the individual department budget approval, but we kind of did that, right? Are there any questions? I mean, really, if we just have a motion to receive and place on file, we kind of dealt with this.
We just need to deal with.
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got a motion by Galvin and a second by Burnett. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. H, adjournment.
Motion adjourned.
Second.
Motion by Galvin, second by Hutchinson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We are adjourned. Do I just hit stop?